Okay, there we go. In the meadow we can build a snowman and pretend that he's Parson Brown. That's such a weird song. Always makes me think of my mom. RIP! Anyway. One of these days I'm going to figure out an IFTTT that actually works so I don't have to manually repost all this stuff. That is so freaking weird that last stream I had just that week worked with my friends to start printing the vinyl, and someone came into the stream like 2 days later with the exact name of my friend, but they swear that it's not them, and I'm like, you fucking with me. But the thing is, I never said what my friend's name was on the screen. So, okay. Anyway, I probably will play a little bit of Monica in my life, a little bit of I don't remember the words. Oh yeah, there's a second season of Space Ghost Coast to Coast. No, I don't know what the heck. I'm random things in my head. Space Force, I think I saw an ad for, and season 4 of Stranger Things. Although I'll be honest, I did not really like season 1 or season 3 of Stranger Things. I felt like it was kind of just, I don't know, it was pretty ridiculous. And I know you're not supposed to overthink Stranger Things because, you know, it's a goofy sci-fi thingy. Meant to be like 80s movies like E.T. and stuff. The Goonies. Which should be right up my alley because I'm old. Okay. I've been streaming on Sundays off and on for like a month because I kept having stuff happen on Saturday. So we'll see if anyone shows up. I asked if it would be better for me to stream on Sundays or Saturdays, and I got like half and half answers. Some said it was better, some said it was better on Sunday, some said it was better on Saturday. I do have a bit of a headache today. I don't know if it's my usual headache or if it's in reaction to the booster I got yesterday. I was finally able to get my second booster, which, you know, we're going to San Diego and VidCon in a month, less than a month, like 2 or 3 weeks. Hey! I'm just talking to myself. You're the only one here so far. Yeah, I was able to get my second booster, and I was kind of sore this morning, but today I'm fine with my arm. Yeah, only if I press right on it do I feel anything. How do you look and sound? I mean, I can't see or hear you, but I can see your text. I thought that I would prepare a little bit ahead of time and actually eat before the stream, so I don't spend the whole stream going, I'm hungry! I have 2 viewers and 6 subscribers. I definitely have more than 6 subscribers. What? Come on. Do I seriously only have 6 subscribers? Let me go to my actual page. Whoop, do I seriously? Yeah, I have 463. Oh, subscribers is the one where you pay. Okay. I was like, I think I have more than that. I mean, who cares? But you're holding up. I know, you've been having a rough time of it. I don't know. I've been feeling, I mean, I feel shitty saying this with, you know, the gun violence and all, but hey, not like it has been like that for decades here in the good old US of A and everything. But I don't know. I'm feeling pretty positive right now. Mostly just, you know, really looking forward to VidCon, even though it'll probably suck. But, you know, better to go and confirm for myself that it's not worth it than to I feel like I really missed out. But you know, I'm gonna make my own fun. And like I keep saying, at least even if VidCon does suck, then the last day before I go home, I'm gonna go to Disneyland with my friends. So I'm good, people. I don't know. I don't. What can I do? That's the thing. Is like the frustration. That's, you know, I got my results back for the meet and greet. I think you guys already heard me say this, but the only person that I won a roundtable discussion where you actually get to talk to them a little bit was the one who does the How to ADHD channel. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know how, I don't want to be too presumptuous. She seems down to earth in her videos, but who knows what people really are like. Most people do not put their real selves on their video like I do. Yeah, I wasn't holding my breath on the FDA actually approving the vaccine in time for Aiden. Luckily, he's already had COVID once, so he has at least some immunity. But yeah, Link got his first booster. I got my second booster. My dad got his second booster a while ago. My husband would like to get a second booster, but still, they're still saying you have to be immune compromised to get it, which is so stupid. They're trying to bribe Republicans to get vaccinated, and they won't. And yet they're like, but those of you who actually do want to get, you know, fully vaccinated, you can't. But I told them I had hard with me, and they let me do it. So maybe the people at the pharmacy are also frustrated with the fucking bullshit. Must be immune compromised thing. But yeah, I don't know. I'm looking forward to VidCon, but I'm also really, really anxious because there's so many things that could go wrong. You know, it got canceled 2 years in a row already. I wasn't able to go the year before that because Aiden was a teeny tiny baby. But brain fart. But you know, I bought us a train ticket down, and Amtrak is really like, they don't do full refunds. They let you change the date, so we could, if it, you know, did come down to it, we could like try to go another time or whatever. And all the Airbnbs I rented, I think you have to pay the first day, but you don't have to pay the full thing if you have to cancel. I don't know. I don't remember. Airbnb is funny because everyone has different rules. And I had to, they won't cancel again because money. Yeah, but I mean, they could have, you know, why did they cancel last year? Like, I don't know. They still don't require you to be well, actually, no, they say you have to either be fully vaccinated, so 2 shots, or you have to have a negative rapid test within a day or a negative PCR test within 2 days. I just don't know how much they're going to enforce that. Because like you said, $. If they get someone that's like, you know, I'm anti-vax, but here's my money. Are they really going to say no? But I don't know if they're gonna bitch about me having the word nipple on a shirt. I feel like they will. I did buy a spy camera, so I need to test it out still before VidCon, but you know, if nothing else, maybe I'll get good content of people freaking out about me having a shirt that says free the nipple on it. We'll find out. Well, he hasn't asked. That's the thing. And like when I went to the pharmacy or whatever, they were like, oh, only people over 50 are are allowed to get the booster. And I said, or immunocompromised. And she was like, oh, are you immunocompromised? And I said, well, I have heart arrhythmia or whatever. Which kind of irritated me because it's like, if I hadn't already known that, like, I don't know. But vanilla. Well, so what no. Remember, I'm going to carry around like stickers. So if they bitch about it, I'll just slap the you know, patriarchy approved sticker over the nipple statement or whatever. Which I still have to print out too. But yeah, so speaking of that, that's what I was doing, is I was trying to make some shirts. I wished I had gotten more dramatic colors. I was kind of stressed when I got the fabric because Matthew was there with the kids, and you know, I was on a ticking time as the kids were making trouble. So I got a whole bunch of this cream color. I got a bunch of pure white, wherever it is. I got a little bit of a teal color and a little bit of a dark purple color because one of the shirt patterns I got has multicolors or whatever. I'll show you the one that I'm working on. So this is the one that I'm making right now. This one. Basically, short sleeve version of that. And if I can do it correctly, you know, I love the little ruffles like that. And I'm also doing the extra long one because I got a belly and I will be wearing form-fitting stuff. Because I'm a little conscious, you know? I mean, there's not much I can do about that, but yeah, I think it'll be really cute. I also got these, but I probably won't make them for VidCon. There's a little asymmetrical one. And then these are just like really standard t-shirts, which the one on the right I probably will make if I have time after I finish this one. I don't really wear t-shirts a lot. I do when I'm just around the house. It's pouring rain again today, by the way. Yep, almost June and it's still pouring rain. We've had maybe 3 or 4 days all like since the beginning of winter that were nice and sunny. Every other day has at least drizzled, and quite a few of them have been pouring rain. So yeah, kind of a weird year. Last year, of course, was super hot. This year is super wet. It's really weird because there's so many places in the US right now that have drought going on, and we can't stop raining. And again, just how there must be a solution to easily transport water from here to the drought places. Like how if only we had spent, you know, half as much as we do on oil pipelines with that, maybe, you know. But I guess giving water, you know, porting water to drought zones isn't as profitable. Anyway, yeah. Like I said, I try to prepare ahead of time and actually get some food in me before I start. I also have a drink. It's just juice. So yesterday we got the I got the booster along with Link, and then when Matthew got home, to my surprise, I was like, "Hey, can we go eat at Makoto's?" And he said, "Yeah." And it's the first time we've been to Makoto's since pre-pandemic. Oh wait, there was one time we got takeout, and it was like way too expensive at takeout. So Makoto's is a buffet, but it's mostly Japanese food. They have different kinds of sushi. They have the things where you like cook your own, except that they have a cook that'll cook it for you. They have like tempura fried vegetables and like cooked crab legs, clam, oyster, blah blah blah. The seafood is hard to get because motherfuckers always show up and just they take all of it. So you have to be like standing there waiting for them to replace it because, like I said, motherfuckers will take all of the seafood. But I really like it because the thing about sushi is I really like sushi, but I feel like you pay a lot for not that much food. I guess rice is technically kind of filling, but all that extra water just going to the ocean. Yeah, you know, making Waterworld come ever closer. I don't think I've ever actually seen Waterworld. I think I've only ever just seen pieces of it. I have a very, 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 very faint memory of going to Universal Studios, I think it was, and they had like a Waterworld theme thing, and it was very like boring, and I remember that they had constant problems with it like leaking and stuff. That's one for the shrimp tempura vegetables. Yeah, I know. I love tempura vegetables, but they are pretty greasy and fatty. My friend and I, who's actually the one that introduced me to anime way back, anime and manga, we made our own tempura vegetables, like a whole sheet of it, cookie sheet of it, and we ate it in like 2 days. And I was just like, it's so good, but yeah, don't worry, NASA. We will visit Makoto's again when you're here, possibly when we get back from the trip. But yeah, pre-pandemic, we used to go to Makoto's like once a month, and every time I go, I feel like I have to have a little bit of everything. It feels like if I only have one thing, I'm wasting the buffet. I don't know why. So I always get like a range of stuff. They actually had 2 things that I don't remember being there last time. One was a sushi that had like sweet potato mixed in, which was really good, and then I don't remember what the other one was. They have these oyster things that they make that are really good, except that there's always sand in it. It tastes good, but there's always sand in it because, you know, that's the risk. And they have like crawdads and stuff, and I'll get it and I'll try to figure out, like, I don't understand. Are you supposed to just eat the shell on the crawdad? Because it seems like there's no actual meat. There's like, you know, there's a crawdad like that big, and there's like not even a full bite of meat in there. So I don't really understand crawdads, but yeah. So, you know, I'm always happy to go to Makoto's. I love sushi. And I'm sad because my dad doesn't like sushi, and Matthew's okay with it, and like the kids, they'll eat it. There's a conveyor belt sushi place also nearby that I like, and they're pretty cheap. And I have to slap Link's hands because he'll grab and he'll grab and he'll grab. But those ones you actually have to, you get charged per plate. And he always wants to go for like the fruit because they'll have like chopped up fruit. And I'm like, dude, you can get chopped up fruit anywhere. No, we're not paying $3 a dish for chopped up fruit. Anyway, you're gonna mess with your VPN. Okay, we'll miss you. All right, I'm gonna finish this salad and then get back to work on my shirt. Pinch, pull, bite, and suck. That's what I was trying to do, and like I suck, and all I get is juice. I don't know. You'll have to come hang out with me, Raj, and teach me how to properly eat a crawfish. Are you from the South? I can't remember what state you're from. So, New York. Oh yeah, duh, New York. I forgot. Yeah, I like it too. I like that kind of like long form fitting. I mean, I don't have the body for form fitting anymore, but that long form fitting with like the loose bottom. Yeah. Anyway, so before I started my stream, I was doing more research on the VidCon creators who weren't on the meet and greet list, and one I actually kind of liked. It's called the Watcher Network or something, and I only watched like 2 videos, but they have this whole series where it's Are You Afraid? And I only watched one of the videos, but it seems like one of the guys reads a creepypasta to the other guy and like records his reaction as he does it or whatever. They also have like ghost hunting ones, which I'm like, but it's kind of funny because I still have my I want to do my topless creepypasta readings, which I want to get around to. Link was off yesterday, and both Link and Aiden are going to be off Monday. And where's my calendar? I have a whole bunch of stuff coming up that is in preparation for VidCon. NASA comes out here, I think, on the 8th. So, oh my god! This is in 2 weekends. In 2 weekends. One Saturday. We got next Saturday, and then the Saturday after that, we are going on the train down to San Diego. Unless we all get sick again, Oh, by the way, I don't think Aiden has hand, foot, mouth. Whatever was going on with his chin was pretty much gone by the morning, and then it was totally gone the day after that. So, allergic reaction, I don't know, but hopefully. So let's see. Yeah, so I do have a video that I just shot that I need to edit. I interviewed this, here, let me go to the website. I'm not going to show it because I don't know if she has, or sorry, they have any heinous female-looking nipples on it, but their name is Bunny Luna. And they call themselves agender, ecosexual witch, queer educator, creative explorer, nude gatherer. And they basically left social media for most of the same reasons that I struggle with social media. And they started a website that has a subscription model, and it's a sliding scale, so it's like $8 to $2.50 or whatever. And it's the same content. It's basically like how much you want to support them. And so they have videos that they put up and like articles that they write and stuff like that. And it's really similar to what I'd really like to do. It's just I hesitate to do subscription models because I don't have the freedom to do as much new content as I would like. It's funny, as I was making the salad, I was imagining like a hype house thing where instead of the challenges that's like, I ate McDonald's for a week or whatever, like gross stuff, I would do one that's like, I had nothing but salads for a week or something like that. And like no dairy, blah, blah, blah. But I ain't gonna do that living with kids. An alt boob world somehow. But that's the thing, is the whole point is to do it topless, like fully topless. I feel like with the shirts with it showing only the boobs, like I understand the purpose of alt boob world, and I think it's, nice that you don't like have gross comments on there, but I still feel like it's making a teasing thing like, oh, you can see the boobs. So I don't think that it goes in line with my kind of content, unfortunately. Yeah. Maybe I could do a special edition just for Alt Boob World, and it'll be sort of like a cross promotion. I don't know. I don't know. Anyhow, I that'd be kind of cool actually if I found a pattern for something that does show the breast, but is like a, you know, like an outfit I would actually wear. Anyway, but yeah. So the video I saw, he was reading a creepypasta aloud, and I think it would be fun. I don't know. I think it would be fun. You know, I'm trying to do more. I don't like always ranting about shit. I want to do fun stuff too. It's just they take longer to make, and like it's harder to find the passion to do them. Like the ranting ones, it's like, okay, I'm really pissed about this thing. I want to fucking rant about it. So I don't know. I keep hoping, you know, I can find a way to delegate more to NASA, and maybe the kids will be a little less of a pain in the ass. Haha, yeah, right. Um, can link to anything. Yeah, well, we'll figure it out. All right, but yeah, so Bunny Luna, like I said, they describe themselves as agender, ecosexual, queer educator, creative explorer, nude gatherer, and they also don't use the term nudist, and they actually have an article. Well, it's a video, and then they have the transcript on why they don't consider themselves a nudist, and it's something we're talking about in the interview. And it's kind of the standard reason. Nudism is very classist. Like, to go to these nudist resorts, you have to have a lot of, you know, you have to have the freedom from a 9-to-5 job. You have to have the money to go out there, you know. And also, like, there's all those weird nudists that are like the textiles and everything like that. So lately, you know, talking about gun control, not that anything will ever fucking change in this piece of shit country, but it's funny because, like, I've been retweeting, you know, stuff about gun control, and surprise, surprise, I got a bunch of old cis white I already said white, but nudist males who, you know, follow me, revealing themselves as gun nuts. Wow, so shocking. Again, necessary caveat, not all white cis het men in general, but also nudists are automatically terrible. It's just that there's a lot of privilege involved, and they do skew towards Trumpy. Because again, privilege. Anyway, you just got censored. Old, rich, and white. Exactly. Exactly. And so one thing that Bunny Luna does that's really cool is they have these like naked hangout parties, not parties, but like naked hangouts, more like salons. And Kenny actually recommended them to me. It's interesting because this person is very much like the kind of person that NASA would generally introduce me to, where they basically have like Zoom parties. I keep saying party, but you know, Zoom meetings where people will sign in and they'll all just be naked together, and they'll maybe talk about not nudism, but nudity or whatever, but then the conversation drifts to other stuff. And so I was asking them, like, how did that start? How did those go? How do you deal with people trying to make them, you know, into sex parties? They had like one or two, I think, before COVID in person, and then they all went online or whatever. But yeah, it's an interesting interview. I need to get edited. I just have so many things. I still never finished editing my M. Rich interview either. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's so hard to get stuff done because, you know, on the days when neither kid is sick, which in itself is rare, I have to wait till 8:30 for Link to take the bus, and then I get Aiden dropped off at daycare and back home by like 9:30. It's a 15-minute drive. And a lot of times I have to fight with him to go. Except once he's there, he has fun. But I've had days where I literally had to drag him kicking and screaming to go there, and they don't want to take him when he's kicking and screaming. Anyway, so on the days when I get them both off to school and daycare, I only have till 3:30 when Link comes home. So I have 6 hours to do all the things. And video editing and shit like that takes a long time. And also, you know, I'll get all these other ideas. Like I'll get, I don't know, a video idea I want to write down, or stuff I want to change on the website or whatever. And I don't know, the days just go by so fast, and I'm just so jealous of these kid YouTubers, or actually TikTokers, who didn't have to go through any of that shit before they got, you know, rich and famous. They just literally started dancing on TikTok or something, and boom, they have their own PR team, and they get paid thousands of dollars to wear a shirt and an Instagram post and all this other shit. Same old complaint. Anyway, all right. I'm gonna stop talking for a minute. I'm gonna eat some salad. If you guys want to, we can have like a call in and we can talk about stuff while I work on this. I don't know where my earbud things went, so there's probably going to be some echo. Sorry. But yeah, I don't know. And you know, we can talk about whatever. Zan is having internet problems, and I guess Gutzerker's busy, so looks like it's Zan, Raj, who isn't always with us, so hello. I think Emrich works on Saturdays. Sir Lord B, who is a newer follower who has a subreddit called Alt Boob World that is for pictures, I mean, I guess videos, but mostly pictures of women wearing clothing that shows their breasts, but the comments have to be all respectful. Like, they don't allow, like, just gross, pervy comments or whatever. So it's an interesting concept. I don't oppose it. I just think that it, like I said, it kind of, it's too easy to be construed as like still teasing, like a strip tease kind of thing, which is annoying. I mean, I have the same problem where how do I represent non-sexual toplessness if people are still going in there treating it sexually? But you know, obviously not. If it hasn't frozen since you switched, okay, good. You know, I just think that not addressing it is not doing anything, and talking about topless equality without being topless is not reaching anybody. Look at that arm flab. Blah. Welcome to being in your 30s and you've got kids and it's COVID. I refuse to feel shame, even though I'm not ashamed. I'm just self-conscious. Which, I don't know. Can you be self-conscious without feeling shame? Interesting question. All right. Does anyone want to call in so I can, like, not be talking the whole time? I know there's, like, streams where people just work and they don't actually talk. But I don't know how entertaining those are. I don't know how that could be entertaining, just watching someone work. Unless it's like speed time, speed laughs. Let's get some music going. There's a website of the person that I interviewed recently. Okay. Let's see. Just be on camera while you wrote. Oh, that's cool. But did they see your writing? I would not want people to see my first draft writing, even though I hate editing, so I usually never edit it anyway. That's another thing. I want to get back into writing. Oh my god. And regardless of whether I get the kids off or not, Aiden still is fucking waking me up multiple times throughout the night for bullshit fucking reasons. So I'm just constantly exhausted. I'm trying to figure out where the link to the free music is that I'm blanking out on, because I haven't used it in a while. Where is it? What was it? Link or Aiden? No, Zan. There you go. Zan knows it because he's the one that recommended it to me. Where is it? I still have a link to Flexstorm. Didn't Flexstorm like come back or something, or they something about them coming back? But I don't think that people are gonna use them anymore because they kind of betrayed their peoples. You're live on stream. Oh, okay. Okay. Let me go to stream. Oh, let me make sure that it's coming out of the right.
Okay, can you hear me?
Oh, whoa, yeah. Sorry, let me turn that down a little bit. Okay, go ahead and talk.
Do I have a wheeling? Whoa, that is loud.
Sorry, I'm trying to, oh, hold on. Let me mute. There we go. Okay, so people should just hear you coming out of my speakers. You'll probably have a little bit of echo, sorry. But yeah, you can go ahead and mute the stream and just listen through Discord. So what's on your mind, Zan?
I have a lot of echo.
Are you only playing on the Discord? Did you mute the sound on the stream?
No. Yep.
Because I have it really low on mine. I can barely hear it. I mean, I can try to find headphones. I have bought so many versions of headphones, and I have yet to find one that actually connects reliably.
I don't know why sound is so hard. Everywhere.
Yeah.
Every platform, sound is just hard.
It's the same as, you know, printers. I guess. I don't know. I know, like, I keep getting frustrated that as popular as content creation is now, there's still, like, huge gaps in availability of stuff. Okay, God, that looks terrible. All you see is the crown of my head. I hear your siren.
Yeah, good. I'm glad. So, yeah, do I have is there a whine or a high-pitched noise coming from my mic? Because I was on somebody else.
Just very, very vaguely. It's not that bad.
I'm wondering, that's probably just my computer fans.
Yeah, my computer fans aren't that bad. Oh, that's something funny that I noticed. So I was playing Dying Light 2 with my husband, which is, you know, quite a recent game. And I have 60 frames per minute, and my fans were not maxed out. But then I was playing Hydroneer, which is a single-player game, and yeah, it's crafty or whatever, but, like, my frame rate was shit. It's weird because if you have objects on the ground, they don't seem to affect your frame rate, but if you put them on a vehicle, your frame rate goes to shit, and my fans were maxed out, and it was just like, so I guess Hydroneer is not very optimized.
Sounds like it, man.
All right.
Yeah, since I've been playing, I don't know, working with this game, Liblast, I've kind of gotten more into the technical side of games.
What is it called?
Liblast, Liblast.
What is it about? I've never heard of it.
It's just well, you won't know. Of course not.
Of course not.
It's right now it's like a really bad first-person shooter.
Okay. What makes it really bad?
Well, it's like got 3 developers and I'm making models for it. And
oh, cool.
That's pretty much it. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just fiddling with camera settings, trying to look a little less terrible. That's another thing I'm looking forward to with, I was just going to say, that's another thing I'm looking forward with VidCon is maybe finding some tech recommendations. I know a lot of the big streamers use, like, really expensive stuff, so I don't know, but maybe I could set that up as a wish list. But yeah, please, that's really cool. So you're working on a game? Did you just stumble into it, or are they people you already knew?
No, it's Umpha. So I knew him from, I don't know, years.
You say Umpha, I don't know who that is.
Umpha's the audio guy.
Okay.
He has his audio YouTube, and he does different things. He's been in game development, like, as his day job for a couple of years. And in varying degrees, he almost always ends up doing sound design for him, and no matter what he was hired for. But anyway, so he's, he kind of knows the professional side of game development, and it's just kind of a project put together. And he's got, I don't know, there's probably 20 or 30 people involved, and 3 or 4 active at any one time. So it's interesting. There's a YouTube channel where you can watch well, he's got a mix. There's gameplay, and then there's coding developments and player refactoring, and it's just kind of a fun thing to be involved with.
Still trying to make my camera not look like shit. I should get another 920 because that's what this one is, and I think it's like the best quality for like $100. Yeah. I mean, Terraria was 2 guys, and it went on to be extremely popular. Five Nights at Freddy's, as much as I detest that game, was 1 guy. So don't shoot on it. I don't know why that makes me think of this, but I was ranting. I did my vlog for the day, and I uploaded. I think is it still uploading? Let me check it out. Okay, it's done. So I got my daily vlog up. And I named it "Content Creators Shouldn't Be Shamed for Chasing Clout," because I was thinking about it, and like all these channels, like not all, but a lot of the channels that are currently popular, you look at their most popular videos, and it's a collaboration with someone who's already famous. And while it's frustrating to think like, oh, I have to be friends with or have some other way of convincing these already popular people to do a video with me, like that's how it's been in entertainment for as long as it's always all about connections. I think the reason that it stings the most as far as online content is because originally that wasn't it. It was anyone just being creative in their bedroom, and then of course, as always happens, Hollywood took over and it became a lot more gatekeeping. It's not so much that like your content has to be amazing. Well, obviously content doesn't have to be amazing. It's more that it doesn't matter how amazing your content is. There's so much uploaded at every second that like people just straight up can't find it. So
YouTube changed the algorithm.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, I know. Like I'm trying not to immediately be super curmudgeonly towards basically all the channels, but all these people, like there's some guy I tried today who has 22 million subscribers, and he does gameplay videos, and it's basically like him playing the game and just like yelling like, go do this, haha, I'm gonna like just I don't know. I do gameplay, so I'm a huge fucking hypocrite. I don't know, but I'm just jealous. I don't understand why they have 22 million. Kids, right? Kids that are online all day.
Yeah, kids.
Yeah.
Yep. It's that impressionable 13-year-old and 14-year-old and 15-year-old
who have their own cell phones and are just watching TV all day.
Yeah. And then they have parents who let them spend their money or don't pay attention to what money they spend. So, yeah.
So, but back to the clout
That's always
chasing.
been the target audience.
Yeah.
I mean, pop music, pop culture, pop everything has been aimed at that group, because then you've got them for the rest of their buying life until they finally, the very few 10% or so who realize the game, get out of it.
Yeah.
And 90% of them don't ever care.
Yeah. Well, like I linked to it earlier. I was reading an article that was like, what happened to all these old YouTubers? Like, where are they now or whatever? And almost all of them, a few of them went on to be like real actors, but a lot of them like started their own entertainment company or something like that. Like they only use YouTube as a springboard. And that's something I wonder about these young TikTokers is like, what are you going to do when you're too old to get a bunch of views just doing a dance? Like how is that a skill that you're going to continue to use, in a different kind of business? Like, or are they just going to write it while they can and then immediately become a has-been? I know I'm so old and bitchy and it's not my target demographic, but I just can't get over, like, at least with Vine, you generally had to be remotely, like you had to be funny or something like that. Like, yeah, it obviously helped if you were physically attractive, but TikTok is literally just fucking kids dancing or lip syncing, and it's like they're popcorn, as I call it. It's popcorn. Like, it's just pure. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it.
Yep, it's goofing. That's what kids do.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why they're popular. Kids goofing on each other.
And of course, parasocial.
Yeah, I posted. I finally made that. I said I was going to make that tea whistle recording. I finally got it posted. Hey, you got a first time chat.
I gotta check it out. This is salad. Sorry.
But
and Chatter asked what I was eating. I actually like salad. I do have to put a dressing on it though. Just eating salad by itself is not appealing to me, but trying to eat more salads. Especially since I went to a buffet yesterday. So do you still feel like VidCon's going to be a huge waste of time for me and I shouldn't go? And
I don't think it's your target audience at all. I think the target audience is those 13 to 15-year-olds.
Okay, but
they're saying
they do have,
they don't
like,
even care about.
Yeah, but they do have like the one that I got the round table with or whatever, the How to ADHD
Yeah.
lady. Like
Well,
they are
I'm
featuring some of those people. So.
not saying it has to be a waste, but that VidCon is not your target audience.
But there is no VidCon thing for like video essayists. They wouldn't make enough money at it.
See, and that's I don't believe that. I believe that.
But it would be really expensive to fly out to it and stuff.
Wow. Well, I don't think you're gonna get. See, you're not gonna get the same kind of money. You're not gonna get. See, advertising does not work on your target audience.
Yeah, obviously.
Is too cynical and too jaded, and has already been through that to make advertising an important part of their lives.
Yeah.
So these big advertising companies that just throw money around because they have companies throwing money at them with their products just don't work for that audience.
And so, honestly, I'm not that interested in brand deals. Like, I don't know. I would not want to be just shilling shit. I would never want to shill shit. I would only, like some of the video essayists and stuff that I watch, like a lot of them do Audible ads or they do that like documentary one. And that one's pretty cool. I'm not sure which camera. I want a third camera. I need a third camera. That'll be good. It is a little less chaotic in here. I still haven't finished I have those big shelves I want to put back there and put like all my art books and everything on.
You need at least 3 or 4 cameras. One for your computer desk, one for your craft table, one for overhead of each of them, so they just pointing down at whatever you're doing.
No, what I need is a rich person. No, I need to be a rich person and have somebody that can like stand with a camera and follow me.
You need an influencer. There's a whole category. Influencer boyfriend. It just goes around. The influencer boyfriend goes around, carries all the crap, carries the.
There's a Instagram account called Influencers in the Wild, and it cracks me up because it's basically like the friends holding it and like the other person doing all the ridiculous stuff. But again, you can't. I'm jealous. I'm jealous of that. I still feel weird like recording myself in public at all, like even just carrying a phone around or whatever. But that's another thing about VidCon is that it's not weird there.
Well, see, you have 2 little human beings. You need to start grooming for that.
I actually have a bunch that I recorded of Link because he's so cute, and I just haven't done anything with it because I've got other priorities. And also, I don't know, I do kind of go back and forth on like. I know people have strong opinions about that. Actually, there's a couple of panels. Wait, I think there's one panel that's actually about like family vlogging or whatever. But it's probably at the same time as all the diverse ones. And so, as I was complaining, VidCon for some reason put all of the panels about like diversity all at the same time. So you can only go to one. You can only care about feminism, LGBTQ, or black people. Like,
yeah. Right there, that tells you all you need to know. Going back to whether it's a waste or not, I think there's probably enough people just like you there, just kind of hoping, and if you can hook up with those people, you'll have a good time. And it won't be at VidCon, it'll be at a bar somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really expect to have any kind of connection with the headliners. I mean, it's their job. Obviously, it's going to be a waste of time for them to do anything with someone like me. They might, maybe I'll find one who cares about the idea of what I'm doing enough to do a video with me just like because they care about it. But I keep saying, I'm trying to find the instructions there. I keep saying that my hope is to just find other people at my level or, even lower. I don't care if they're, well, I shouldn't say I don't care. It's not, I'm not gatekeeping against people who aren't even, at my level or whatever. The only reason that I don't really like doing stuff with people who never created content is that it's really exhausting to like do tech support for them on how to turn a camera on and stuff. So, but anyway.
Yeah.
So, so what is your, I'm trying to figure out what subject to. Well, go back to telling me about the game. So, like, how did that get involved? What kind of programs are you using, and what kind of assets are you making? Are you making people or objects or?
They're writing it in Godot. They're using the Godot game engine development platform, which is free open source. They're using Material Maker for making the materials for the models and stuff. Right now I'm working on the mannequin. I can let me see. I can upload pictures if I can remember where they. I have them. If I open everything up, so like I'm working on it, then it's right there. But just try and find a picture of it, you know.
Yeah. Well, that's fine. We can share it later. So those are all open source programs.
Yeah, everything's open source.
Is that because they are trying to promote the use of open source stuff?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's pretty neat.
Yeah, he does all of his music, all of his non-professional music work is with open source programs.
It's kind of sad that it has to be the non-professional stuff. Yeah, I mean,
Well,
I used to get.
He uses it a lot on his professional stuff too. But you know, like if the job requires something be in a certain program, you got to do that.
Yeah. I don't know why that just gave me flashbacks to like trying to find work on Craigslist, and it's like must be experienced at blah 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 entry level position. It's like, yeah, fuck you.
Yeah.
That's really So like, I used to get really mad about. I still do, I guess, but I used to get really mad about not Amazon, Adobe having like a monopoly on all the what was considered, professional level software, and yet it was so hard to access, like, and that's why I really do like the cloud model, because back in the day when I started it, you had to buy the whole program, and it was like $2,000, and they would come out with a new version of the program anyway in like a year, and so you'd have some people being like, oh, it has to be in the newest version. It's like, it kind of goes back to the people that, like, you'll go to a maker fair or whatever, and there'll be someone with like a wire wrap jewelry, and the person will be like, oh, I could make that. And it's like, okay, first of all, you probably can't. Second of all, you don't have all the materials and everything. Like, there's more that goes into it than if I could do that. I will admit that I definitely see some stuff. It's the price point that bothers me. Like, I'll see someone with like a very simple jewelry thing that they're trying to charge $1,000 for, and I'm like, But as far as just making it, I don't think it's as easy as people think.
Well, and you don't know what it took.
Yeah. Yeah, like if you don't know enough about the process, you don't know what steps had to be accomplished ahead of time. Because it's like, I don't know that much about ceramics, and I took a couple classes, and I know you have to like. I need more desks, more space. Anyway, I don't know that much about ceramic making, so it's like I don't really know other than like take clay, form clay, put in kiln, and I mean from what I remember from when I did take some classes, even just putting it in the kiln, kilns are rather unpredictable, and like we had multiple people in all my classes whose projects would break in the kiln because they didn't make it a certain way, and I mean that's got to be devastating. I don't think any of my things ever broke, but I made one mug once, and the handle was supposed to be this like sort of like a mast of a ship style mermaid, and the mermaid kept breaking off, and thinking back I'm like, oh yeah, obviously it was too weak, but unfortunately that class, the teacher was a Nazi bitch. And by Nazi I mean she was very like, it has to be done this way, and she just was not encouraging at all, and it really put me off the whole thing for a long time.
Well, I don't know why, but I can't upload this.
It's all right. We can.
Sure.
We'll look into it after the stream. You always use Imgur. They still do that in
No.
Reddit apparently. Put everything on Imgur.
I can use. Can't even remember what it's called.
Of course, my nose is still always running. I was thinking if I want to wear a mask to VidCon, cause like I'm super.
Pixel Fed.
Oh yeah, Pixel Fit. Oh yeah, I want to look into that more. I mean, I don't think they allow female nipples either, but
You can host your own and do whatever you want on it. Sorry.
well, isn't that the plan with the Mastodon or the Friendica?
Yep.
Same thing.
It's just like that. Yeah, and in fact, you can post something. When I post something to my Pixel Fed, it shows up in my Mastodon because
Yeah.
I'm following myself from Mastodon.
See, that's the thing that like I have a hard time wrapping my head around, but I think it's just because all these platforms like
Well, you're
Twitter
not
and
used
stuff.
to it.
Yeah, that's the thing is like Twitter and Facebook or whatever, they don't want you to interact with another
Right.
platform. So
Exactly.
trying to make everything, similar or whatever. But then at the same time, if Mastodon ever really does take off, how is it going to be destroyed by special interests?
It can't. It can't be.
I don't know.
You've seen. Well, it's already been tried. How many
Yeah.
times have the alt-right people come in and said, "Well, we're going to take over Mastodon," and no.
Yeah, but I don't know. I feel like every time a new platform comes out and we get attached to it, like it inevitably something goes wrong with it.
Yeah.
And then, it could be something more like with crypto or whatever, where like all these people are excited about it, but then all these cracks reveal themselves. And it turns out it's not reliable after all. What were you saying?
Hang on, I'm typing. I can't do two related things at once.
That's okay.
I'm uploading it to my Pixel Fed account.
Now I'm curious, as pro open source and all that stuff as you are, were you ever curious about crypto, or did you immediately see it as a scam?
I was curious from a technical point of view, just to see how it worked, and then after that it was like as soon as I saw how it worked, it was like it just wasn't.
It wasn't what they kept saying it was.
No, it wasn't. Now, yeah. I mean, there's blockchain, and blockchain certainly has its uses, but it isn't with currency.
Yeah.
It's a different kind of beast, and what they're just it was never made sense to do what Bitcoin said it was going to do, or what any of it said it was going to do, because if it got big enough and pervasive enough to do any of those things, it was going to be regulated, and we're seeing that now.
Yeah.
It's so full of
and taken over by
scams.
A handful of rich people.
And they're and I mean it's more centralized than the money system is. Yeah. And they claim it's all decentralized. And
good for the environment until that got exposed.
Yeah. It's crazy. It's just absolutely, it's nuts.
Yeah.
So I have no
faith.
I mean, it would be kind of. I mean, like any Ponzi scheme, if you can get it to the bottom, and you ride it to the top, and then you get off at the top,
yeah,
you've made a lot of money.
And that's of course why there's all these celebrities getting hired to say nice things about it, because that's how they trick people into. It's like the stock market. I mean, it's just. I have no interest in the stock market. Like, maybe you could make a lot of money at it, but to me, it's just too much to worry about and too much uncertainty.
The only way the stock market makes sense is if you buy a mutual fund that follows the markets.
Yeah.
And it's for the long term. You can't day trade. I got the picture posted through Pixel Fed into Discord.
Okay. I'll go look at it in a second.
And the current mannequin concept is a little bit creepy.
Okay. Most, T-poses and stuff, even for like a friendly looking character, as soon as they're in like a T-pose, it just becomes creepy.
Well, it's not a T. I've got a pose in like a crouch walk. But
Oh, I see it.
yeah, but it's got a what we're calling a TV head. And one of what Umfa wants to do is you can upload your own picture.
Oh, interesting. But it'll always look like that with the TV head?
Right, yeah. I mean, whatever picture you upload, you put in there, it's multiplayer, so it runs off a server.
Yeah.
But yeah, whatever picture you put there, and then maybe we'll animate it so like if you get when you die, you'll have different dying faces, and when you achieve some goal, you have happy faces or whatever, celebratory faces. So that's kind of the design concept, and this is as far as it's gone.
Yeah.
So
how long have you been working on it?
I've been, well, time-wise or time, chronological time?
I mean, like, when did you start? When did you start?
Probably a couple months ago.
Okay. This is really
I've
new.
actually put in probably less than 5 or 10 hours.
And what is it about this game? I mean, I don't want this to sound like rude, but what is it about this game concept that, sets it above the rest? Or what is the special concern about it?
I know Anfa, and it fits in. This is something. This character is close to. I mean, if you look at my avatar, it's close to my avatar. So I've been not redesigning. I've been wanting to redo the topology on my avatar for years now, and so this kind of gave me an excuse to do that.
No, I mean like as a concept for the game, what is it that makes it different, or is it basically just intended to be like Counter-Strike, but you can put your own person on it or something?
Don't care. I mean, the game is secondary to. I'm not doing it because of the game. I mean,
I understand for you. I was just curious about the game as a project. If there was anything, or is it basically purely just a test to get to know them?
It's just that it's kind of like when you live stream to get something done. If you're live streaming every Saturday, you're going to do something for 4 hours.
Yeah.
Every Saturday.
So it's like an art
cycle.
cycle.
Kind of that way.
Okay.
Yeah, like for instance, I have spent hours working on hands. So, I mean, it sounds funny, but there's no.
I mean, you get in the zone, Like I'll do that. Like I'll get in the zone.
It's even more fundamental than that.
Yeah.
There's a standard way that you build a 3D hand, and that is you make 4 circles at the end of a blob, and you pull out 4 fingers, right? And then on the side you pull out a thumb. And I got to looking at that, and I rigged it, and I started doing some motion tests and stuff, and it didn't look right, and I've done them all that way, and I've seen people do them that way who really know what they're doing more than I do, and they never look quite right, and I couldn't figure it out. So I went to drawing resources, and I looked for drawing resources for hands. And when you pull the 4 fingers out, I'm sorry I'm going to the weeds on this.
No, this is interesting to me.
The center line of the hand goes between the middle and ring fingers.
Yeah.
Now, if you actually look at your hand, I didn't notice it until.
Oh, and the thumb is offset. Yeah.
The center line goes right down the center of your middle finger, and your thumb and little finger are pulled out from that. So you actually need 3 fingers in the middle, and then the little finger and the thumb get pulled out of the side. Yeah,
well, it's like bat wings. Like you look at bat wings and how the fingers, Yeah, that's funny that you're talking about, stretching them out or whatever. I was reading an article last night about these little, I guess you call them nanobots, except they're not actually bots. They're, they made these like crab-shaped ones or whatever, and they're like smaller than the tip of a pen, and I forgot the exact term, but it's a kind of like plastic or metal or something that has like a normal state and an abnormal state, and if you hit it with a special laser, it'll go to its abnormal state, and then as soon as it cools off, it goes back to its normal state. So they can make it walk, and they're talking about using it to like fix electronics and maybe do surgery and stuff. And I'm like, I don't know how you go from there to there, like especially since you have to hit it with a special laser, but they're really cute.
Well, it's called memory metal.
Yeah, memory metal. That was it.
At a certain temperature, they will go. You can mold them at a certain temperature to be in a certain shape, and then you change the temperature and you make a different shape.
Yeah.
And I'm familiar with that.
But I'm just wondering, like, how are they taking that and being like, and we're gonna do surgery with it. I'm like, wait, what? How does that work?
Yeah,
A bit ambitious. But like going back to like the art stuff, if the more you know something, the more you don't know kind of thing. And then the opposite of that, of course, is Dunning-Kruger. The less you know, the more you think you know. University of Facebook. Anyway. And so, stuff that seems like ridiculously impossible to me, maybe it is a beginning of a breakthrough.
Yep. So anyway, there are no tutorials on how to make a hand in 3D with the center going down the middle of the middle finger.
Yeah.
So I'm going through
it's
all
new
that,
territory.
Trying to adapt, the regular way that everybody does to what I have discovered, what I think is going to turn out to be a much better way to do it. And once I figure it out, it's going to be easy because it's just going to work.
Yeah. So it sounds like basically having a different kind of fundamental skill or whatever, translate. Like, for instance, I'm not the best artist, but I definitely have drawn a lot of hands. But then again, it definitely can help to like zoom out. And that's why it's supposed to be so important to draw from real life people, not someone else's drawings, because obviously whatever error they have, you're going to pass along to the other error, except when you're trying to do a certain art style or something. And who knows what skills are linked too. Something that you might never think was related. I don't know.
Yeah.
I love art. I love creating. That would be another nice thing at VidCon. I know I keep going back to VidCon, but I'm excited. It's just like finding other people to do like artistic stuff with. Because, like maybe I could find a group to do stuff like you're doing. I mean, it would be taking time away from the other stuff that I'm already trying to do. But I don't know, maybe we'll find a game designer who wants to make games that have non-sexual topless women in them. Mm-hmm. That'd be fun. I don't know.
I posted, I don't know if you had a chance to see it, but I posted, where was it? I put it in non-safe for work sexual positivity. But there's a believe it or not, there's a Rust programming language podcast that I listen to, which is, very technical people doing Rust. So,
but of course, like Rust is known for having naked people running around. So.
Well, it's not the game,
No, I know. It's just you mentioned Rust, and I immediately think of all the people being like, "Yeah, there's naked people with their dogs out." And I'm like, okay.
Yeah. Well, so anyway, the guy they had on this podcast has he makes a library or Rust program, Rust application, or Rust API. It's a low-level programmer that is used in sex toys to control the haptic actuation, or the vibrator, in other words.
Yeah, you don't really think about programming being used in something like that.
Well, he said, your little game controller that vibrates when something's going on?
Yeah.
It uses the same thing.
Yeah. I'm so old. I remember when they started having not motion controls, but vibrating, and I was like, this is amazing.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
I still kind of feel like it's a little extraneous. Like, I don't know. I guess it's supposed to make you feel like you're more in the game. I noticed that in PS5, and I think I mentioned this before, but the controller, not the thumbsticks, but the triggers actually get harder depending on different stuff that you do. So like when I was playing Horizon last time, pulling the bow back, you actually have to kind of put a little bit of effort into it. And I was like, part of that is like, oh, that's annoying, but then part of that's like, that's kind of cool. Or like VR where you actually reach your hand back. I still want to get VR. I just really don't want to give money to Zuckerberg, and I don't really know if Steam is worth it. I don't know.
I think VR is going to be very niche. It's going to be for architectural visualization and virtual walkthroughs. It's going to be for some scientific data visualization. Starfield kind of thing, walking through a molecule kind of thing. And I mean, it's going to be very in-game, of course.
Yeah.
The metaverse has already died.
Yeah. I was literally just thinking of like, I love all the videos that are like mocking how soulless and awkward and boring the metaverse is. I saw one that was like the metaverse that people actually like, and it was the VR chat one. But what were you saying?
Yeah. That pretty much. I mean, Second Life, and there was what was the other one? Foursquare. Foursquare is like a payment thing.
Yeah, no, Foursquare is a website thing.
I can't remember. Anyway,
I don't know.
They've already died.
Yeah. Except for a core group. It's funny. I think it was one of NASA's friends or whatever, but I was talking to them and they're like, oh, you can join our RuneScape group. I'm like, I didn't even like RuneScape when it first came out.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. It's niche. There will always be a niche for it. And, great. But until they can get stutter-free, real-time graphics that somehow affects your inner ear, also, it is going to be mass. It's not going to be for the masses.
And then you have freaking Facebook trying to use it to replace meetings. Like, my God, why? Why would anyone ever do that? It's not imitating real life. It's so dumb.
I just want to
Hi, husband.
Sorry,
my husband just joined the chat. Nobody say anything bad about my husband. He's here. So, yeah, I mean...
Hello, husband.
I'm sad that they took motion controls out. Because, like, yeah, they were goofy. But especially, like, trying to play games for my kids... I wish I had a working Wii U. They would love Wii bowling and Wii tennis and stuff, but they took it all out. And they had the cameras for a little bit. Now they took the cameras out. Now they just have you hold the controller and like I don't know. I haven't seen like a Wii tennis kind of thing for the Wiimote yet. It's like they just gave up on it. I honestly, having a young child and trying to introduce him to games really makes you realize the limitations that, maybe you just didn't think about, or you like are so used to dealing with that you don't think about it anymore. And it's just like, I keep going back to like, we just need a game where you just drive around a construction vehicle and can lift it up and down. And they have that one that they play Teardown that lets you do that a little bit, but it still has a lot of reading. There's no voicing in it. And the tasks are a little bit advanced. Like, you got to take the safe out of the building and hide it or whatever. And I mean, it's just a little bit advanced. And it's just, there'd be such a market for it. And also language teaching programs. Like, it'd be so much easier. It'd be so much more gamified incentive if instead of like trying to learn flashcards, you're playing some kind of game where maybe it's in a different language and you have to like learn the language, maybe like, I don't know. I'm sure there's some possibility out there.
Well, I think the problem is, a huge problem that nobody talks about is game programmers, game producers, game makers make games they want to play.
Yeah.
They don't make games that 3-year-olds want to play or 5-year-olds,
And if they do, it's like super crappy cell phone videos or cell phone
if they do, they're teachers and they don't know how to program.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah. Maybe there should be a game company by and for parents. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah.
Hey, I mean,
Parents of young children. Well, I mean,
As gamers get older and have our own kids.
imagine Dr. Seuss as, games.
Yeah.
And
Well,
I mean,
they have, like basically like animate books or like point and click adventures, which I mean are something, but
yeah, but that's not the same as an
actual
immersive.
game.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, driving bulldozers is fun.
Yeah. And like you could come up with ways to make it like more goal oriented, like actually have some kind of accomplishment where I don't know, like
So
even achievements. I don't care about achievements, but I guess you can.
Sir Lord reads about retro gaming, which is kind of, I mean, when you think about it, some of those really early games had to be simple enough that they are more on a child's level. I
Yeah.
mean, that's when a lot of people got hooked on them, was they found them as really young kids.
Yeah. And yeah, and I mean, like you've got modern day Sonic or whatever. For a while, there's a Sonic game on the Kindle, and that was like the only game that Link would actually play for any length of time. Now he's actually starting to play quote unquote real games. Like in that vlog I just posted today, he was next to me playing this SpongeBob game that I got for him. That it's funny because I got it for him and he had like zero interest, and then all of a sudden one day he just like picked it up and started actually playing it. So I don't know what changed, but and I'm like sitting there watching them play, and it's kind of a weird feeling because it's like I felt the same thing when they were babies and they started figuring out how to use like a touch screen. And I'd watch my little infant swipe up and down to like change videos and stuff, and it felt weird because it's almost like the same.
You could move a chair to get up on the counter.
Yeah, and you like the way that I think of it, and it's not meant to be insulting, but it's sort of like your dog, all of a sudden, like your dog all of a sudden doing a trick or something, and you're like, wow, you learned a new trick. I don't know, but of course with children, it's realizing that they are growing, they are not static. I mean, obviously, if they're special. I forget the PC way of saying it, but a neurotypical child, they're in a process of growing up, and it just kind of startles you. And like Aiden, like when I was putting him down for Matthew was taking a nap with him or whatever, and he was just losing his mind. He just did not want to take a nap, and so he'll do stuff like that, and it's like, okay, he's still a baby, but then later on he'll do something. Like I can't remember what it was he said, but he was asking me to help with something. He was like, "Can you hold this so I can go do this or something like that?" And it was like that was a whole ass paragraph coming from this little tiny kid. And I don't know.
I had a
It's
dog
fun.
that used to try and talk, and it was, he would just sit and look at me very deliberately.
Was he a husky?
Say something. He was a pit bull Labrador, maybe Doberman mix. He was a mix. And I remember.
I just always hear that huskies talk a lot.
Well, no, I mean, I remember one day he sat on the floor and he did that, and he looked at me so expectantly, and I just told him, I can't understand you. I don't know what you're saying.
Well, it's like my dogs.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
He just kind of drooped his head, and he never did it again.
Aww. Yeah, who knows?
Yeah, stuff like that just breaks your heart.
Well, so like my dogs, especially Fenris, like you'll be sitting on the couch and he'll just sit there, not even sit there, he'll stand there, tail wagging, just looking at you, like expecting something, and you're like, I assume you want food or like to go for a walk or something, but they just sit there with their butt like they're waiting for you to do something, and you're like, but it's probably food.
Well, if you're careful and watch them, they will give you hints. Like they'll look a certain way, or they'll sometimes they just want to play.
Yeah.
And they're waiting for you to attack them. They're saying, come attack me.
Yeah.
And
my dad was saying that Fenris, like, if he says, do you want to go out front, he'll go to the front. If you say, do you want to go out back, he'll go to the back. Like, I'm like, oh, really? And, like, I used to take Fenris for a lot more walks before it rained every single damn day. And I would be on my bike, and I would say left, and he would start going left because I was going and right, go around the right. But you hear about these dogs that know like 20 tricks. It still cracks me up though that like every time I have a treat in my hand, Fenris will just do every trick he knows all at once, spinning and sitting and pawing. It's like, okay, calm down, dog. Yep. So Lord B, what about retro gaming, Atari, running around mazes with the sword fighting dragons and looking for treasure? I mean, we kind of talked about that, but I think what's interesting too is like the psychology of how can something that simple be entertaining? And I know some theories are like, oh, it's you're picturing yourself as the character. I don't really necessarily think that's it. Dogs are fighting. And I think it's fascinating the ideas of gamifying things to make them fun. Like a long time ago, I actually did a video about it a long time ago. I was trying to use this app called Habit RPG, and it was like you could manually put tasks in or whatever, and you would get quote unquote points for doing your tasks. I think the points should have been usable for something else to make it like, because if it's just a point by itself, who gives a shit? You know, like Duolingo, you can like, unlock things for your owl to look like or whatever. By the way, Duolingo is a special guest at VidCon. I don't what? Someone paid money for that. But I mean, it's something, and like, again, going back to like the educational games or whatever, that would be another thing too. Like you could even take the kind of games that we already have for educational where it's like spell a word or whatever, get points for it, and then use the points to unlock stuff. Why? I feel like there aren't really games that do that, at least that I've seen. Did you die? Oh, okay.
Next level of harder words.
Yeah. Well, I mean more like unlock a cool looking picture, or like, maybe there's like an extra mode where you get to walk around a map and it's like if you earn 100 points you get to drive this car or something like that. Like make it actually fun. Because we already have the ones where it's like you beat the lower levels to unlock the harder levels, and that's something, but I don't know, I think it needs a little more gamification. But yeah, like the Habit RPG one, it was like you could put something like, went for a walk or read a book, or you could put stuff that you get you minus points, like smoked a cigarette or something like that. But again, like I think it was an interesting beginning of an idea.
I'm kind of like the idea. It's old and they haven't done it for years, but they used to do stuff with well, it goes back I think to the Depression. They used to do on flour sacks and sugar sacks. They were cloth, and they would put dress patterns on them. They would have, like in one sack you would have this part of a dress or this part of a shirt, and it was a pattern drawn out on it, and you cut it out, and you got 4 or 5 of these sacks, and you'd look for the right sack that you needed next. And
I don't understand.
And so they did that with cereal boxes too. You cut something out of they'd have something printed on the back of the cereal box, and you cut
I understand.
And you'd fold it into something, and it would be a house or, whatever. I never did it, but I'm fascinated by that. And what if they sent you a pattern that you could print out and glue to cardboard or something, and cut it out, and you end up with this little spelling village or something. I mean, that could be fun.
Well, there's the classic Ovaltine thing from Christmas Story.
Oh, you got another first-time chat.
Oh. Hello, cringe matron. Like the idea of gamifying. I don't know. I feel like, our brains are what they are. Why make it an insult that someone wants to do something fun? If it helps them stay on task,
just accept. You learn by playing. You don't learn by sitting in a classroom.
Yeah, I know. And of course that gets into the big problem of standardized testing and stuff, which, has been lamented a lot, but we still haven't really changed from it. You got all these old conservatives that are like, they're supposed to teach them reading, writing, and arithmetic, and it's like that should be part of it, but kind of randomly change subject. But like that's yeah.
Do you know where that came from?
What standardized?
No, the reading, writing, arithmetic.
Oh.
The grade levels were designed very specifically.
Okay.
And I don't know if you've heard that, but they used to be, there's like, okay, you graduated 6th grade, and then you graduated junior high, 8th grade or 9th grade, whatever junior high was, and then you graduated high school. And what that was is 6th grade, you knew how to read instructions on how to do your job.
Oh, yeah.
You could do basic math, like they needed, 14 of these and 3 of those and 12 of those. You could do that. And you could put them in the bin that said, this item goes here. That's what a 6th grade education was designed for you to do. A junior high education was designed for you to be the supervisor, the first level supervisor. So you could actually come up with the bins. Well, maybe not come up with, but you could instruct people on how to do their job. You were a little better. You knew a little more math. You could actually write reports on how your people were doing. And then the high school was for an actual like supervisor or foreman. That's how our education system is designed. Right there.
It always comes back to corporate, to capitalism.
It comes back to that type of education comes back to good old fueling the machine.
Yeah.
You got to have parts for the machine.
Well, as children, we don't allow children's fingers to get cut off anymore. We got to come up with some.
Yeah. I'm not even. Don't get me started on that. I don't say nice things.
I was about to say, like, do you consider yourself a socialist? You're going into high school next year. Wow, I didn't know you were that young. That's exciting. Sorry, some guy commented.
That's all right. No, I spent a lot of time with that about this. And at one point, I was a theoretical socialist. It looks really good on paper, but every time you try and practice it, it just goes.
That's kind of where I've been most of my life.
So I've spent some time thinking about this, and I realized that every time I run into a solution, whether it's socialism or communism or capitalism or
quote unquote solution
or any of these social constructs that are supposed to let us all live in peace and harmony and be fun and productive and self-fulfilled, they're all crap because they require one thing that never will happen, and that is everybody has to believe and think in the same way you do.
Yeah.
And it's not going to happen ever. So the real solution to that is you have areas where things are socialist. You have areas where things are capitalist. You have areas where things are, whatever, mutual, practicing mutualism. And libertarianism. I mean, and I don't mean the new libertarian.
Yeah.
the actual little L. Probably 50 years ago.
Yeah.
Libertarianism. And the thing is how do you determine and how do you maintain those areas? Because the tiny scared people who want to control everything because they're terrified of everything being able to do something to them for good psychological reasons, want to take over, and people tend to let them because they just don't care. You want to do that, fine.
Yeah.
Then I don't have to. But that's come to bite us.
And yet you're less pessimistic about people than I am, so that's kind of confusing to me because it feels like right there you're being pessimistic.
No, I'm pessimistic about the systems that we have now. What I also, if you look at long-term history, there was a period when things went really bad, and that I think mentioned it somewhere. It was in
All of Rome.
Persia or Mesopotamia or something like that, where
Yeah.
there was, I believe it was one of the Dariuses, like Darius the First, and there was Zoroastrianism, and that's when the idea came that we would have a divine king who was part God, who had absolute control over his people. They were subjects. They weren't collaborators. They weren't, you know.
Oh yeah, because he automatically
they
knows the best thing to do.
Yes, yes. And
Well, we got modern day
now
people saying Trump was given to us by God, so obviously we would revolve a lot from that.
that's where all that started.
Yeah.
And so there all around that area, there were gods,
Yeah.
plural, and the gods were personified, and people knew this. It
Yeah.
wasn't a big secret. They were personification of natural happenings. We don't know what this is, so we're just gonna call it a person and make stories about it. So we feel better.
It's interesting that you're talking about that, because my interview with the person I was talking about, Bunny Luna, I asked them, like, what is an ecosexual or whatever, and they said that it's like basically like respecting nature and seeing nature as separate entities. And I was like, I mean, what is consciousness, right? But you know, it's a lot less destructive view of the world than is it Manifest Destiny, the one where they were like, "This is my country. I was put here by God to tame this wild country." I think that's Manifest Destiny.
Well, Manifest Destiny is specifically in the U.S.
Yeah.
You know, the Americas, where we came here, we found this. You know, there are these.
It's mine now, bitch.
They're not Christian. It's colonialism. Manifest Destiny is very closely related to a specific kind of colonialism.
Yeah, man. I love how colonial has become like a insult. It's not wrong.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's where all that got started, was in that particular time. Obviously the ideas had been around before then, but it was like that was the moment that it became popular.
Now the question is, that first generation, how did they convince them? Or was there maybe like the person who's becoming king or whatever already had people that he was like, if you do this, I'll give you all these perks, and then he used those people to subjugate the people that didn't want to go along with it. I assume that's what happened. Yeah.
Yeah, there was a group. It didn't just flip on overnight.
Right.
It was
the slow creep of
the infrastructure was built. I mean, you look at the current Republican Party and this Christian nationalist takeover.
Yeah.
And it started with Eisenhower. Eisenhower changed the Pledge of Allegiance and added "In God We Trust." It wasn't there before Eisenhower.
So was the country more, at least on the surface, more accepting of other religions before then? Or did he just kind of tap into what was already there, and sort of like Trump saying, like, making it okay to be racist? Eisenhower was like, it's okay to be a Christian nationalist or whatever.
There was the Roaring 20s, and then there was the fall. And the Roaring 20s were quote unquote loose. They had the flappers, and they had it was.
Moral panic, blah blah blah. Yeah.
Prohibition. Prohibition came in as a result of that. And then the Great Depression. So, oh my, God's punishing us. So,
hurricanes are because we allowed gay people to get married.
Yeah, whatever. So after World War II, Eisenhower got elected, and he came in with this, okay, we are God's people because we won the war, and we're doing well. And so that's really when this got entrenched in our politics, was probably with Eisenhower. And I don't know about the Republican Party before that. I don't study it. I just
absorb information.
Shows up. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you look for it, it's there. If you look for it with it's funny. I was listening to something and they said, I try to understand both sides. They were talking about how the press, gives all this credence to just absolutely messages and
Yeah.
makes them sound reasonable, or because it's the opposing view. And
Yeah.
what I realized is over the years I try to understand the two sides that are in opposition.
But that's been so demonized.
then,
the idea of like, oh, I try to listen to both sides.
Well, just wait. And then the good part is I step out of that line between those two things.
Yeah, you don't let your confirmation bias take over.
There's at least a third view that is very different and a lot closer to what's actually happening. Because those two polarized views are polarized, and it's a psychological thing. It's a device that people use to control people. Is to get once you get on that line, boy, it's really hard. But I mean,
yeah, well, and people get aggressive about having their existing worldview change. They literally that fight or flight response.
You're on that tribal line of you're with me or you're against me, and if you're over there, you're against me. And if you're not on the line, I don't even know what to make of you. So, but there's for instance, climate change. I was looking at that, and I remember. I mean, I'm a scientific guy. I have a lot of technical experience and background, and I keep up with this stuff even when I'm not doing it professionally. And the big climate thing, all of this stuff, the press climate catastrophe, and it started when some biologist said, "Oh, there's carbon dioxide in the air, and it's a greenhouse gas. I'm going to raise an alarm. I'm going to see how much press I can get out of that." Because it's funding. People don't understand how science works. Science works on grants and funding.
Well, no, they understand in this funding. Well, that's the thing about like COVID or whatever is like, how did they get this vaccine out so fast? Because it was a world interest to solve it. So now all of a sudden they had the funding.
See, that's on the line.
Yeah.
You have to have done it. You have to have lived this life to realize it's what's in the public conscious that gets the most funding.
Yeah.
So people do these things, and I heard him on an interview bragging about how he did this, and
yes,
he was just gleeful about it. And this is a guy. He wasn't a climate scientist.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't. Here's the thing. I got to looking at stuff before like 1970 or so. The research that had been going on then. And what totally baffled the researchers up until this guy brought up all this CO2 which is a red herring,
is it?
There was if you look at the past 15 or 20 million years or so, there's a regular glaciation period cycle. And
you're starting to sound like an anti-climate change. Where is this going?
No, I'm not an anti-climate. There's a I can't read it. A Milankovitch cycles.
Okay.
And they kind of follow it and they kind of don't. But anyway, there's a whole cycle. It's very ingrained, and they even know the general things that are involved in this cycle. And basically, what happens is the Earth warms up, the glaciers melt, the ice melts, it goes into the ocean. A salty ocean carries heat differently than a non-salty ocean, right? Salty ocean carries more heat. So you end up with these big heat pipes, the one going up the Atlantic into England, and you're on the tail end of one because it brings the tropical wet air right into the Pacific Northwest. There's another one there. So there's these big heat pumps that equalize the temperature because of the salinity, the way the water carries the heat, and then it cools down and it goes down and it goes down along the bottom of the ocean. Then it gets heated up at the equator and does it's a big heat pipe. And so what happens is the glaciers eventually melt. The water reaches a certain point of desalinity, I guess, and it stops carrying the heat. So and this is what's happening now. I've just read an article a couple months ago how the currents are 100 times less strong than they were like 50 years ago. So it's already happening. These currents are shutting down, and you're experiencing it. The currents are shutting down. And,
but so are you then on the argument that climate change happens anyway and humans had no involvement in it?
I am not on that line.
Okay.
Let me keep going. So
I'm just trying to like. You're scaring me, buddy, because you sound like that right now.
Well, I'm not on that line.
Okay.
Here's the thing. That line, both sides are climate deniers. One side says there's nothing we can do about it. The other side says, oh, we caused it, we can fix it. They're both wrong. Here's why. When that heat pump shuts down, there's a big temperature difference between the equator and the poles. Snow starts, the glaciers form, and then it pulls the fresh, the distilled water out of the ocean. The ocean gains salinity, and then eventually, in about 50,000 years, the heat pump starts up again, and then it starts the whole cycle over. Now, here's the thing. I am not a proponent of polluting the world, and here's why. There is a rebound time, right?
Okay.
Now, what people have done, what the pollution has done, all this CO2 and all these greenhouse gases that we're putting in the air, it's not creating this cycle. This cycle has been in existence for long before humans. I mean, there were dinosaurs and ice ages,
Yeah.
So what happens is the stuff that we're doing to the atmosphere is going to cause a much higher peak in heat, and those ocean cycles are not going to be able to compensate for a lot longer period of time.
So we're speeding up the natural.
We're not. I don't think we're speeding it up.
Okay.
The last time I looked, it looked like it was right on. It's right over the graph of just all the other ones. There's one notable difference, and that's the past 10,000 years is almost flat. So in the past, like 40 or 50 years, it's all that huge change we've seen. Huge. It's like half a degree Celsius. Maybe
That's still a lot.
Yeah, that is us getting back to where we would have been. So there was this 10,000 year flat mark, and then this big jump that it's not overshooting. It's just getting us back up to where we would be if there had been this flat spot. So the question is, what caused that flat spot? Because that's the anomaly. So I'm not saying that people can't affect things, but we're still going to have this cycle go through. We're still going to have mass crop failures, and the entire ecosystems move around because that's what happens. There used to be cedars in Lebanon because guess what? It was coming out of an ice age. And back then, that far south was temperate. When north was a lot colder, the Sahara used to be.
I don't think there's a lot of people saying that there aren't, geological temperature things. The question is, like, why has it gotten so explosively hotter over such a short amount of time?
Well, see, and that's the wrong question. The question is, why didn't it go on the regular curve for the last 10,000 years?
But how does that matter now? I mean,
it just corrected. It's actually a corrective action.
That kills us all.
Yes. Well, no, it's going to reduce our population drastically. I mean, like drastically, because here's the thing: this COVID thing. This is just the first one.
Oh, I know.
We're having trouble with baby formula. Guess what?
And I mean, with Ukraine is like the breadbasket of the world, and we've got like a month left of grain. Yeah, basically, like, we're fucked because we're so busy fighting each other. We're not devoting the energy we need to survive.
Well, and here's the thing: we won't let immigrants move.
Yeah.
If you're in a specific part of the world, you have to stay there and just deal with what happens.
Privilege.
We're not making any provisions for how people are going to have to move. And
it's on the micro scale. It's like homelessness. Like, we don't treat homelessness, we just push them off. And it's like, that's not solving, and you got more and more people becoming homeless. Like, what? That's not a solution.
Yep.
But, you know, if we don't look at it, then it doesn't exist, right? Like, oh, I haven't had
Yep.
anyone in my life die of COVID, therefore COVID's not real.
Doesn't exist for you until it does.
Yeah.
That's the point I was trying to make with the all this the Republican creep, you know, and the shift in agenda. People are starting to realize that this is real, and it's starting to not impact just the other person that they can complain and tweet about, but it's actually starting to impact them and what they can do.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, one way or another, it's going to stop because people don't like it. Nobody likes it.
Nobody likes climate change, except for you know, people who can use it to score political points.
Yeah. Well, and there are people who are actually, you know, mobile that,
and
you know, the
benefiting
rules
them.
don't apply to them yet, and you know, they'll run out of jet fuel,
Yeah.
and their yachts will not be supplied. You know, I mean, it's just it's a big reboot button. The Earth has resets. It just resets itself and starts over, and things are different. I mean, you know, we're not mourning that giant three-toed sloths and saber-toothed lions aren't running around in, you know, Montana. I mean, you know.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just looking at this. So then your frustration, like I said, is that people are not accepting that we're going to have to.
We're doing exactly the wrong things.
So what would the right things would be like improving, growing, you know, again, I keep going back to vertical farming. I think vertical farming would make a lot more sense. Solar, you know.
I don't know that, well, for one thing, we need to get rid of the ag business.
Yeah.
And we need to get back to, you know,
as
farmers.
A public good.
A lot more people need to be farmers, yeah. Because the infrastructure is going away.
Yeah, it's like we want all the immigrants to be our farmers, but we won't let them in the country in the first place.
Yeah, you're going to have to feed yourself.
Yeah.
You know, most people are going to have to find a way to feed themselves. And because you're not going to be able to go to a store and be guaranteed a food. So, you know, that's going to be.
Oh, but that's Biden's fault, don't you know?
Yeah, well, you know, partly, but it's everybody's fault. And it's not everybody's fault. But, you know, the things we should be doing now is we got to figure out how high is the ocean rising, because, you know, all the ice is desalinating it. How far is that going? We need to make sure that our building codes don't allow any new buildings there. They encourage building elsewhere. You know, where are the storms hitting? We got to make sure we build buildings that people are going to live there that can withstand, you know,
hurricanes.
Basically a tornado.
Yeah.
A tornado needs to go over them, and they're okay. And we don't have that yet. I mean, not that we can't do it. You know, we can, but you know.
Where's the money in that?
We're not doing any. Yeah, what we're doing is we're saying, oh, we can plant more trees, and you know, that's great and all, and we can build windmills, but you know, it's not. That's not going to stop what's coming.
Well, that's why we're supposed to do both, but we're doing neither.
Yeah, well, and nothing we can do is going to stop this. That's the whole point. That's the real climate denial, is that we can stop it.
Yeah. Well, I see a lot of focus now on like we can't stop it, now we have to mitigate it. But we can't, I mean, we're just not making any progress. All the people in power won't admit it happening in the first place.
We've got to allow for it.
Mm-hmm.
We've got to figure out how to live through this.
Yeah.
And we're not.
Nope. What is it? The frog in the pot. Especially when the frog is paid to not notice what is that quote about, like, basically it's impossible to make someone see something when they're benefiting from not seeing it, or whatever that quote is.
Yeah, well, it's one of the biases. I don't remember which one it is.
Yeah. Well, there's confirmation bias, but this is almost like the opposite of that.
Yeah, I don't remember what it is right off the top of my head.
So this is a cheerful conversation.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's almost exciting as counting beads, or not counting beads. Sort of.
Well, the good news is that a lot of the old people are dying off, and
Yeah.
Zoomers are a lot more savvy of what's going on, and as they do more research, this is their planet, so.
Yeah. Well, I would be surprised if in probably 200 or 300 years, if there's 1 billion people on here.
Yeah.
Let alone 7.
Yeah. All right. Well,
on that happy note, well, here's the thing. Here's the thing is that Neanderthals survived too. They actually thrived through 2 ice ages.
Really? Yeah, but an ice age is different than a heat wave.
No.
Yeah.
No. We're still coming out of an ice age. We are in a geological glaciation point right now.
Okay, so you're talking about the period between the ice ages that we should be.
There is no period between ice ages.
What? How do you live through
There
2 ice ages if there's nothing in between? Why wouldn't it just be one big ice age?
No. Well, glaciation periods. There's a glaciation period in an ice age.
Okay. Where they're growing or where they're melting?
Well, they grow and then they melt. That's the glaciation period. We're coming out of a glaciation period.
Yes. But so you're talking about how did Neanderthals survive then?
They lived a lifestyle that they could wander around where the animals went,
okay,
and the plants went that they depended on.
Yeah. So basically, they all just kept moving north.
They didn't have anybody stopping them at a border.
Yeah.
Demanding their papers.
Now, of course, all the animals are dying, but.
And if they did, they got spears in their chest.
They definitely were stealing resources from each other. They just didn't have the capacity to do it on a genocidal level.
Well, no. Actually, they didn't. That was not invented until
Warring tribes were not invented. Are you sure about that?
No. Yes. What they would do is they would they would raid each other. They had raids. They did not have wars.
No, that's what I mean. They would fight each other.
Basically, what they did was they raided each other for women and for animals. And what that basically did was
distribute wealth.
Crossbred. Kept the inbreeding out.
Yeah.
That's basically what it was. And here's the thing. It was ritualized.
Yeah.
It wasn't even, it was. So what happened is, I can't put a year to it, but at roughly the same time, the Indo-Europeans, which are basically they wandered around that central Asian. They basically wandered between India and Eastern Europe, Germany. They kind of had this area that they wandered around in. And sometime when they were in not the Baltic, I'm getting confused. Eastern Europe, roughly, south of Eastern Europe. They and the Semitic people, this would be before Abraham, invented genocidal war, where they went into because agriculture was just starting. These were nomadic people. They were this Semitic people generally herded goats and sheep, probably goats, and the Indo-Europeans herded cattle and buffalo, that kind of thing. And so they both invented war, this genocidal war, at the same time. And it was when they started encountering these agricultural city-states. And they would go in and they would just kill everybody.
Yeah.
And that was when that kind of war was invented. Before then, it was just,
skirmishes.
Just little raids. It wasn't even skirmishes. It was just little raids. and they were, they'd go on for 100. It was a ritual. They
Yeah.
did it every year at the same time. The leaders got, sometimes they would even get together and decide who was going to do the raid and what they were going to take. I mean,
Yeah.
it was just, totally different than this genocidal go in, kill everybody, and take all their stuff and occupy their land.
Yeah. So, not that I really want to dwell on sad stuff too much, but in your opinion, what should we be focusing on? Like, how do we mitigate the most human suffering? We let people move, north and south, and we improve, maybe even have like, I don't know, ocean planting things that could be moved as the weather changes. Like,
We've got to allow for crop mobility. We've got to allow, because stuff's going to move. I mean, wheat isn't going to grow where wheat's growing now in 100 years, or whatever, however long it takes. I don't know how long it's going to take. Soybeans aren't going to grow where soybeans grow now. They're going to be in Canada.
Yeah. I like my idea of a floating island for farms.
Yeah, I mean, sugarcane may be growing in Ohio. I don't know. And then when it gets cold again, once that heat pump starts back up and starts cooling down the north, or no, stops, and the north cools down, it's going to get cold.
Yeah.
It's going to be colder in the north.
But that's going to be thousands of years. I don't think we're going to survive that long. No?
It's not thousands of years. No, it's maybe 1,000, or I mean, the whole cycle is about 50,000 years.
Okay.
From minimum glaciation to maximum glaciation is about 50,000 years, roughly.
Well, yeah, you're talking about 50,000. That's thousands.
Yeah, but we're at the cusp. We're at the tail end of the 50. We're coming up one 50,000 year cycle.
Right, I know. I'm saying that we're
couple hundred years of it.
going to, it's going to get warmer and warmer for thousands of years.
No.
I don't understand.
It's been getting warmer and warmer for thousands of years. We're almost at the point. We're within probably 1,000 years or two, maybe. I'd have to look at the charts of it starting to get colder.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this is the natural cycle.
Okay.
With all the greenhouse gases we've been put in, it may actually get hotter.
So then we are affecting it with climate change.
I didn't say we aren't influencing the cycle, but volcanoes influence the cycle. Elephants influence the cycle. Ants influence the cycle.
You think that we're affecting the cycle as much as an ant?
I don't think we're affecting it. We're affecting it as much as bacteria.
Yeah. So then, should we invent a way to? I don't know. I guess killing bacteria is not a good idea.
We're not going to invent nothing that's going to change this.
Yeah.
We can stop. We can stop treating the earth as a separate thing that we're supposed to be in charge of. Also, from that Darius the First guy.
You there?
Yeah.
Oh. Sorry, you're talking about Darius.
Yeah, I mean, it was just, I've got to look into that more. I've heard about that from like 3 or 4 different sources.
Okay.
And I've never actually, dug into it the way I like to dig into it. I've like read the Wikipedia article, and it's like, meh.
Well, the fundamental thing about this conversation is, whether we're getting warmer because of humans or whether we're just getting warmer because of natural cycles, the mitigation is the same. We have to find a way to live with climate change.
Yes. It's going to get warmer. People aren't helping it. It's going to, whatever impact people have, people aren't going to stop it.
Yeah.
People may make it worse, but it's not going to stop. So the question is, how do we live with what is happening and going to happen, or predictably is going to happen, because it's happened like 15 or 20 times going back millions of years, which is predates primates, predates mammals.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about mammals, but
Oh my gosh, this pen keeps falling apart. I
mean,
got a
here's
fabric
the
pen.
thing.
It keeps dying on me. Huh?
Dinosaurs survived ice ages.
Yeah, but dinosaurs is a huge, like, there are so many different kinds of dinosaurs. It's not like humans where we're all one
Exactly.
species.
And crocodiles survived, and turtles survived, and frogs survived, and insects survived.
So
All
do
of
you
these
think
little
that
critters.
we're gonna have to become a different species to survive?
No.
Okay.
Well, no. Not. You mean
I mean,
genetically?
we're already
Like
changing,
physiologic?
like, you know, our
Yeah.
whole lifespan and everything like that. Plus, we
Well, our
can
lifestyle.
move
Our lifespan
around
is not
more,
changing because of who we are. It's changing because of our
diet and
lifestyle.
stuff. No, I know that, but I'm just saying, like, the difference between us and frogs and stuff is that we have a lot more mobility. So,
Apparently not. I mean,
well, you
you
can
would
fly,
think
you can
that.
jump on a plane and fly over and blah blah blah. I'm saying, like, in this future where, you know, we don't have as much tribalism
Well,
and
I
stuff.
mean, here's the thing. Guess what's going on? This is Memorial Day weekend, I think, and airlines are canceling flights because of stuff. Some of them don't have enough fuel. Some of them got ransomware attacks. Some of them, who knows why, but they're
Okay.
canceling flights all over the place. So, throw that out. It's all about lifestyle. All of our so-called life enhancing, and life prolongivity and being healthier and happy longer and whatever. That's all because of lifestyle, and
Yeah.
that is also not worldwide because
Oh,
if
I
you don't
know.
happen to live in a country with this kind of lifestyle, guess what? Your life expectancy is not as high.
Yeah.
Child mortality is
No,
higher.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying, like, so a new species, say you have a lizard or whatever and it floats to another island, and then through the process of which ones survive, you get a new species.
Speciation, yeah.
Yeah. So do you don't think that humans are going to have to, like, invent a new
We may come up with different races,
heat
but I
resistant
don't think
version of
it's not going to be like we have Neanderthals and Denisovans again. I mean,
Yeah. So here's a question. People that live in extremely hot environments right now that are just, like, used to it, are they biologically different? Like, they're literally biologically adapted to that environment, or is it based on what they're used to?
I think it's based on what they're used to.
Right.
Because here's the thing. I remember there was a National Geographic, several films that I saw as a kid, and they were Eskimo babies crawling around in an igloo on snow.
Yeah.
Perfectly fine, not cold at all.
So then that's a sign of hope
on
then,
snow.
because we can
Well,
adapt.
they're very adaptable creatures.
Yeah.
Well, let's put it this way. Some of us are very adaptable creatures. Some of us aren't. You know, the ones that aren't are going to be Darwined out. That's how it works.
Yeah. It's exciting if you think of it from a I'm not also living on this planet viewpoint. So
well,
are you're just resigned? Do you don't have kids, right? Is that a decision or just haven't had the opportunity?
It's mostly a decision.
Yeah.
I'm kind of a if opportunities had been different, I might have kids, but they haven't been, so I'm not worried about it. And I didn't want to. I don't want to get into it.
Okay.
I would say it's a combination of all of that stuff, but it's mostly decision.
Yeah, well, I'm just curious because, like, you know, you got all these things coming out about how millennials and such are choosing not to have kids because they're saying that the future is doomed.
Yeah. Well, that's part of it. I mean, this is another thing that really bugs me. They say that I'm going to dinosaurs. It's an M guy. Anyway, they say that killed the dinosaurs, and the thing of it is the fossil record, when you really look at it, shows that like 90% of the dinosaurs were dead 100,000 years before that meteor hit.
Yeah.
So
Well, I thought they hadn't
a
officially decided it was a meteor. I thought it was just shifting conditions.
No. Well, the 100,000 years. Now, the meteor certainly impacted. I mean, it killed the last of the non-avian dinosaurs out.
Yeah.
But we think, who knows? But it wasn't this cutoff point the way they make it sound.
Mm-hmm.
The dinosaurs were already almost all gone. Anyway.
From temperatures and everything?
From whatever. Well, who knows? Maybe it was STDs. I mean, we don't know what we don't know what killed them or why they died. Maybe they just decided not to have kids anymore. Who knows? Because we started this. When I say we, I mean all the things on Earth. There is an extinction event that started about, what was it, 100? They probably started noticing it 75 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
They first started saying, wow, there's a lot of stuff, extinctions going on. So we immediately started blaming people for it. But there's stuff going extinct that we have nothing to do with. At least we didn't 75 years ago.
Yeah.
So, it's kind of like...
But you can't say that about places where, like, we destroyed all the trees, so all the habitat loss.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly the habitat. I mean, I'm not saying... What was that?
Oh,
I'm not saying that...
humans are faultless.
I'm not saying we don't influence things. Everything is connected. Even if we found a way to sequester carbon, we would be influencing the process, but we would not be stopping it because it's...
Well, I mean, isn't that enough, though? Like, isn't that a good thing? Because then we're slowing it down so that we have a better chance of mitigating.
It depends on your point of view. I would say it would be a good thing. You know?
Because it's like, putting your feet in front of a train, not, I don't know, doing a Spider-Man thing where he's like holding the train so it slows down. You're not stopping the train, but you're at least slowing it down so people can like jump off and not die or something.
But here's the thing. The people in the train aren't jumping off.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is like they're in denial that the train is moving. In the first place. Hey, Rich. Oh, hi, NASA.
Hey, NASA.
I have to go pee really fast, so good. You guys can talk for me for a second. I'm listening. I'm just not on camera.
You're gonna pee in this economy?
Yeah, it was funny. Rich came in the chat, and you talked at the same, like within seconds, and it was like, oh, it's... What is a weird convo I just jumped in on? I've been talking, and we've been talking about climate change and...
Yeah, really fun stuff.
Yeah.
I did want to tell Cleo a thing in particular.
Okay.
The new counterpoints just came out.
The what?
A new counterpoints just came out.
Oh, cool. I'll check it out. What is it about?
I don't know. It's called The Hunger.
Oh, okay. Mysterious.
Anyway.
Yeah, no, that's cool.
I've been listening in. I've been watching the stream. But I wanted to pop in and say hi before my samurai game.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. I'm just... I finished cutting out the stuff. So if nothing else, I accomplished that.
This is the frilly shirt, mini skirt kind of thing, right?
Yes.
Not the t-shirt?
Well, I mean, it's a shirt. It's a long shirt. It's this one.
It's the one with the ruffles at the bottom.
Yeah, but I'm still gonna print on it. See, I'm not really into print tees as a rule. I prefer solid colors or a pattern or whatever. But I don't know. I'm just experimenting. I like doing art. I don't finish projects, but I like doing art.
You know, I just had. You know how the runners wear their big number. You know, they have their event number and whatever.
Yeah.
I wonder if you could do that with your different slogans. Have like a banner on it. You know, have fake sponsors. They always have fake sponsors. Well, they always have sponsors.
Maybe. Ow.
Put like Trom on there. Put
Well, I still like my idea of the phrases or whatever, because I think it's a talking point. I mean, that's my hope is, I'll wear these shirts and then people will be like, huh, what do you mean all nipples? Or you make a good point. And then I can be like, well, if you agree. If nothing else, it'll be an interesting experience to see if, what responses I do get. And then I can always vlog about it.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I'll see you all later. Thank you for having me on the show.
The show. All right. Hang in there, NASA. You'll be here soon, and then we can hang out and take you to Makoto's.
Also, no, that's it. Bye.
Bye.
So now you can explain to Rich what this weird conversation combo is.
Well, I mean, basically, not NASA. Zan was saying that we can't stop climate change and we're all fucked, and which I already knew, but
there's hope.
Yeah, of the hoping that enough people wake up to change our habits, but I don't know. I mean, we've been so slow we haven't really made any progress. Like, a lot has been talked about, but like, remember, like, I mean, you're about my age, like the tree huggers or whatever. It was always a pejorative, and we still got a lot of that attitude. Or we have the conservatives that are like, well, we can't do anything about it, so might as well just not change anything.
Well, I mean, I kind of wonder. I wonder. I'm not saying this is valid, or I wonder what. The only thing I can think of is that if we can, I mean, the polluting is going to stop when the population goes below a certain level, and we just can't sustain the system. And so I'm wondering, does it really matter if we do any of this stuff? Because it's just not going to be sustainable.
Well, again, it's about slowing down the death of the species so that if
we were doing anything about it. On the other hand, now I'm not saying I want this to happen, but on the other hand, if we speed it up, maybe people will wake up faster and realize we're
doing a great job speeding it up already, so we're doing a great job speeding it up, and I don't think anything's ever really going to change. Like, it's like the same thing with gun violence. Like, there's too many people paid to not change. Okay, that makes it way too. There's too many people being paid not to do anything, and to put out the propaganda.
And they're going to be dead before they have to worry about any of it.
Yeah, maybe. All right, let's talk about something else.
So how many t-shirts did you get printed out, or do you have them all printed out?
Actually, I can go get them. I'll go get them really fast because I've got like 3 or 4 done, I think. No. No. You don't even. Oh, you do that one. Come on. Are you done? No, I'm just grabbing something. You can go up and say hi to them. Just don't mess up my stuff. Want to go up and say hi to them? I'm just grabbing my
Chair.
Hi, everybody. I love you. Punch, punch, punch. Okay.
came in to say hi and
I'm
then
going to say, punch your
How are you walking?
head, and then say, kill everything, and then say nothing except
Dan is really Oh,
I'm gonna try some of this drink.
okay. Okay. So here are the ones that I've got so far. Yeah, I know. He started going up the
And
stairs.
This cup is juice, right?
Yeah, he started coming up the stairs, and I was like, you know what, fine. So this is the first one that we made, and I wore it during the stream, and I guess I can wash it now. I'm just scared to wash them because I haven't tried yet, and I'm scared it's gonna fall apart. But yeah, this was the first one.
Oh, you wore that on stream already, didn't you?
Mm-hmm. Is about all nipples or no nipples? Can you say that, Link? Hey, say either band all nipples or no nipples.
Either not nipples or no nipples.
Yeah, because it doesn't make any sense, right?
Yeah, but
Daddy can go shirtless and I can't.
And this is.
I'm indoctrinating my child.
This is a lawnmower.
It's a lawnmower. You want to show the camera?
This is a lawnmower I made, and it is actually.
You gotta hold it up.
A motor car.
Mm-hmm.
So you sit in this front, hold these handles, and it goes zooming quick.
Ow, that was my ear.
And if you want to ever ride it, you can because it is the quickest car in the world.
Nice. Okay, and then this is the first of this one that we did, and we started putting my logo on the back. I actually still have to put the logo on the other one. And this was the first version of this one that has more detail, and it looks really cool, but it takes like 2 hours
What are these?
to weed.
You're saying it to go on that new weed.
So I don't know. It's more of a special edition.
With magnets on the back.
They're magnets. Please don't knock the iron over. And the thing I'm a little nervous about this too is this is not a very cottony material. I don't know what it is. Does it say what it is?
I think it has to by law if the tag is still there.
Yeah, I don't see it. I got all these used, so. But yeah, it's like a rayon or something like that. So it printed on there, but I don't know when I wash it if it's going to stay on there. But yeah, so that one's that one. It came out a little bit lower than I wanted. So future ones, I'm going to move them up a little bit. But you know what? I'll just give them away. I'll give them away as first attempts. And then we did this one, and I really like this gold color.
Yeah.
That's the...
It's not like you ran a batch of 50 to find out.
Yeah, exactly. If cartoon nipples on a woman offend you, you might be a misogynist. And the Y got partially obscured, so it looks like a V. But, yeah. And again, I was like experimenting, trying to figure out where to put the nipples. I think I put them up a little higher. What I need to do is put the shirt on before we put the stuff on. But I was just kind of hurrying, so again, you know, experimenting. Please be very careful with those. And then this is a pretty big shirt. This is one of the shirts that accidentally got a little bit pink. And it's this really pretty rainbow one. And then I also made the back rainbow. And this one, like, I love this rainbow. I wouldn't mind using this rainbow on like every shirt, which kind of sucks because I bought a whole bunch of vinyl and now I'm like, I want to use the rainbow on everything.
Oh,
all right, honey.
That's the attention.
Can you go back down, please?
No.
Yes, because I can't live stream with you up here,
Not
please.
sure how readable
I'm just
it
going to
is,
sit.
though. I mean, I was thinking of your stuff. My internet issue.
Yeah, well, you know, Twitch doesn't like me. My internet in general will crap out on me, which is yet another benefit of video over live
I
stream.
forgot to say, a long time ago, girls were not allowed to be naked. Only girls.
Well, that's why I download everything.
Well, still, they don't let you. Link just let me know that once upon a time, girls weren't allowed to be naked, but boys were. Unfortunately, topless wise, that's still true, and it makes no sense. That's why I fight against
Well,
it.
that whole, I mean, even men having to wear
Yeah.
swimwear was recent.
1930s.
1800s.
Actually, you can be
No,
naked.
1930s.
Be naked whenever you
No,
want.
no, no.
Be naked?
I mean, when they
And
had
don't
to wear
tell
shirts,
people.
it was like
Because
the
nudity?
late
Yeah,
1800s.
1930s is when the Coney Island guys did their
No,
protest.
no, no. I mean, men didn't have to wear bathing. Men skinny dipped
Okay.
until like the mid 1800s or something.
Really? Okay. I've never heard that before.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it's very. It's. I don't know the exact numbers. You know, I never looked it up. I just know that kind of fashion stuff
Shame.
is just all over the place. Well, the Victorian era had changed. See, you know, there was the Puritan area in England era in England. I mean, it's just amazing how all this stuff shifts around
And
you
yet
know,
everyone is like, oh yeah, men are hardwired to rape women if they're topless.
Yeah, it's all crazy. I mean, they're hardwired by society, by how they're raised. You know,
Yeah.
they're indoctrinated to be that way. They're indoctrinated to feel shame for their bodies, or you know, I mean, I certainly was.
Yeah.
You know, I feel much more comfortable with clothes on, and you know, the difference is I don't think everybody else is crazy for not being that way.
Yeah.
You know.
Why? Okay. Sorry, there's like a seam right in the middle, and I'm like, it doesn't look like that in the picture.
There was a super fast car racing
No,
for me.
I mean, I can still print
And
it.
it crashed and now it's
Oh, Link, you're being very disruptive.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Oh, I guess there is a seam in the middle. It didn't look like there was in the picture. I mean, I can still do it. Yeah, it's fine. Whatever. I'm already this far into making it. What were you saying?
Fine.
Oh, body shame, yeah.
Yeah, body shame. Yeah, you're indoctrinating your children to not be
Yeah.
ashamed of their bodies. That's a horrible thing to do.
Yeah. Well, you know, I keep hoping, I mean, I don't mean this in a like, I want to use other people's activism for myself, but the more we talk about like body positivity and, you know, not gendering fashion and stuff like that, like it feels like a natural progression would be, hey, let's stop giving different censorship based on what gender you look like. And yet like it never comes up in any of these like body positive or whatever. And my wondering is it just nobody's thinking about it because it's just so indoctrinated? Or, not to sound conspiratorial, but is it actually being blocked from discussions because it goes against capitalism? Like,
I think there's, you know, it's funny. I didn't even think about this until I started paying attention to film and the animation. You know, I started getting into the animation side, and then you know, telling story visually. And every time they were talking about character design, they said it has to have especially the hero. The hero character has to.
what are you doing, Link?
Has to have
No.
a unique silhouette.
I just want to watch.
No. You can watch from there. No, you can watch from right there.
I know.
Sorry.
I put it just in.
Are you talking about the thing where it's like people were mocking the guy design will have like you know goofy or whatever?
No,
I'm gonna
no.
pretend this
I'm
was a
talking
person.
about why women have to do something different than men.
Okay.
So
That's the thing I want
then,
to
so I started realizing, okay, unique silhouette, and then we have this from the Greeks. You know, the style. This is what a man looks like. This is what a woman looks like. You know, especially in statues and mosaics and stuff. So they have these. It's that same thing. It's the silhouette. It's so something is instantly recognizable, and we don't have to spend time figuring out.
But that's also really sexist because it's like you can't have heavyset women. You can't have like effeminate guys. So.
Yes. Well, just wait.
Okay.
So even in these tribal societies where they don't wear clothes, the men look different. They wear some belt, or they wear some necklace, or the women wear some necklace, and the men wear a belt. they
Yeah.
do something that makes them instantly recognizable as you're this. You know, you are a female of this tribe. You are a male of this tribe. You are a too young to have been. You know, you're not a you're a child of something. You know, you aren't male or female yet. You haven't gone through that ritual that makes you a man or a woman. You know, whatever. And so it's really interesting, and I got to thinking about it.
You know.
There, if you think about like Rubenesque kind
Yeah.
of women, they're still they have the curves in the right places. They're just
Larger.
it's where you get into the
Well, maybe that's part of why
Hey, you know
Link.
what? These
Link.
cars are the
Maybe that's you know, again, one small part of why like trans women and stuff like that are so much less accepted if they don't look
yes.
quote unquote
You
feminine.
have to. Yeah,
Yeah.
you can't just figure out. There's not a distinct silhouette.
Link, go,
You know, the androgynous.
please.
Now, I'm not saying. I don't know if this is. I think it's hardwired because if you look at.
But we can
most
fight
animals,
against it.
there's a very distinctive way of they
Please go
tell that
downstairs.
they know
Thank you.
they're male or female. If it's not
I love you.
looks,
Shut the door.
if it's not visual,
Shut the door. Thank you. All the way.
it's pheromone. You know, it's pheromones or it's smell. You know, there's some behavior, there's something size. There's something that the males and the females are distinct. So they don't even have to. You know, they don't have to think about.
So, but you're talking about male female as like a biological reproductive
Yes.
thing. I think that's
Yes.
the big thing with like male, female, women, men, or whatever is like they're not interchangeable. Their gender is a construct.
Well, well, yeah, but the thing, what complicates things with a larger brain that's controlled by more than just basic pheromones is you have a self perception
okay.
that may be different. You know, it's been shown by a lot. I mean, it's been shown as to the best of our ability to measure it that it's you can have a female brain in a male body. You know, whether that was created by who knows how it was created, whether it's genetics or whether it was societal.
Well, how is a female brain defined?
I don't know. I didn't get into that much of it, but there are structures that are different. There are things are processed different. There's a self perception that's different.
I know I've read something
different.
about
I mean, it may be the hormones in vitro. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, the line between male and female is a couple of chemicals and maybe some temperature. I mean, it's just like crocodile or alligators.
Yeah, mentioning
anyway,
hormones or something. One thing that just popped in my head that's interesting is production of hormones can be so psychologically linked. Like, look at a woman hears a baby crying, and nothing has physically changed if she hears and sometimes women's nipples start leaking, and it's just like it's a physiological response to certain stimuli. So
production of hormones is greatly influenced by the bacteria in our gut.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
everything
it's not even
affects
a brain
it.
thing.
Yeah.
It's a whole body. Yeah, it's a body thing. So it's environment. It's what's going around us. It's what's happened to us in the past. So I mean, I'm not saying that. I guess there's a phenotype and a genotype, and the genotype is you are male or female or you're hermaphroditic. And the phenotype
or asexual
is what you look like, and you can be whatever. I mean, there are people that are trying to make cheetahs dogs, canines, based on their phenotype because they don't have retractable claws. They run different than most cats. I mean, there's different things, and they're saying, well, phenotypically, they're more like dogs than cats. They always lose that argument. It's like, is Pluto a planet? Well, it looks like.
Sorry, I got a weird message. I'm like trying to figure out what it means.
Oh.
I do have to sew really quick, so give me 1 second because it's gonna be loud.
Machine loud, right? Got it.
Yeah. I was like, I need to talk. Yeah. Oh, I got it slow. La 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 la. I considered doing a mock-up version, but then I was like, I don't have time. It's not super
Well, depending
loud.
on how this goes, it may be the mock-up version.
Yeah, I hate so many things want me to use stretch fabric, and I don't like using stretch fabric because it's really hard to get the sizing and stuff exact. Although, you know, working with not hard, but non-stretchy cotton, if you don't shape it exactly right, either it doesn't fit or it looks terrible on you. So,
Well, and then stuff like cotton changes every time you wash
yeah.
it.
Yeah, like I want to get better at sewing, but what I really want to get better at is figuring out how to size things. I wish that there were more accessible classes. Basically, I wish there were more classes available at more times and more locations. Because I've looked into going to community college for off and on for years. That's what I did a lot, you know, in my pre-mom life. And it was just fun, like, okay, I want to learn this thing. Except that a lot of times, like when I tried to do a coding class and they canceled it because they didn't have enough people. And I was just like, ah.
I get which mic are you using? Because I'm barely hearing the sewing machine.
I'm
I mean,
using my
when it's
webcam.
running, but,
I'm using my webcam one
huh.
because I'm moving all over the place. Well, this one's not very loud, and I have it on a surface that's not, you know, that's not moving around a lot. So, I mean, it's good that it's not super loud to you. Yeah, and I have the desk that my webcam is on is a separate desk than what I'm sewing on. Also, so that might be part of it. Yeah, well, that's good.
I made a little bracket for my microphone arm, boom, whatever you call it.
Yeah.
And I screwed it to the wall so it was touching the desk.
That's a good idea. Yeah, well, I've got the two desks in here now, and then I actually have a like just cheap IKEA table, and I put the cheap IKEA table next to the smaller desk for art, so I have this nice big broad spot. There is a crease in the middle, but then I have my big cutting mat on the top, so it kind of helps.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, blocked. How do I block this guy? Block. So he said, I blocked him, so fuck him. He said, we'll pay you 1,000. You do one thing, and please don't say anything about it. And I said, I don't understand what you're asking for. He goes, just make your nips more harder. Where am I sending? $1,300. Yeah, fuck you. I wanna actually report that guy. Damn it. Hold on, I'm gonna report him for sexual harassment. Let's see, chat messages.
Okay, it sounds back.
No, that's not what I want. I want to, so I can report nudity or sexually explicit if he does it, but it's not. Let me see, sexual
report solicitation, huh?
Yeah. Harassment. Fine, I guess bullying or harassment. Unwanted sexual advances. There we go. He DM'd me to ask me to make my nipples harder for $1,000.
I always try and copy and paste it in.
Well, I closed the window, so I lost it. Yeah. What? Who the fuck are these idiots on a site like Twitch looking for porn? I just don't fucking, I don't know. Morons. Okay, I'm just reading instructions really
Well, see,
fast.
we need to mock up. Here's what we need to do. We need to make a Blender project where we mock
Throw
up
them
your
in the
office or
blender. Sounds
your
good to
shed,
me. Ha ha ha.
or your shed or whatever, and then
Yeah.
we make a little 3D model of you, and we'll make it, and we'll bring it into Godot, and we'll make it a game, and then we can make a game where you're the character, and you do what you want to with your character, and because then you can probably be full nude because it's a game, and it'll be fine.
Yeah. Except that they only do that. They made the special allowance for
AAA
Cyberpunk,
games,
but normally you can't.
yeah, well,
But I could have, instead of showing a nipple, I could just show a cut off head or something. How are there not more people upset about how fucking stupid this is? How are we in such a minority?
because it's society. It's raised that way. I mean,
Yeah.
that's normal. If getting beat for doing something wrong is normal, if Adam and Eve being the first person and yet their children marrying people from the next village is normal,
Yeah.
I lost sound again.
I can hear you.
Okay. Just got really quiet.
No, I'm just listening and trying to figure out what this instruction means. God, that makes me feel so gross. It's something I should be used to by now, but like that guy that sexually asked me how much it would be to have sex with me, and
Yep. The store.
I don't. What is?
I'll tell you, if he was an employee and you really wanted to do some damage,
I
or
know,
find
but
out
I'm
what the
too
store is like,
nice. I'm too nice. I was also just like, well, and also I had given him a card, so I was like scared of incurring some kind of wrath. So, but then by the time I got home, I was like, you know what, fuck that guy.
Yeah. Well, see, that's part of the socialization.
Yep.
That you're wrong, no matter what, until you have time to stop and think about the ridiculousness of it. That's my new scale. I think we've talked about this before, but I have this. When things go ridiculous, I start really looking at myself and seeing what the heck is going on in me because it's ridiculous.
Like, what do you mean? Can you give an example?
Well, just in general, I mean, what's going on with gun laws is ridiculous. The churches are taxed when they're full-fledged businesses, and political parties is ridiculous.
No, I know, but then what were you saying? You look into it, or you're doing more research? Like, what do you mean you look more into it?
I don't know. Let's say I need to rinse out a dish, wash a dish, and it's sitting on my desk. It's in the way, and I just won't do it. And I don't know why. It's ridiculous. So I'm like, well, what is it about this that, because it's ridiculous. Get up, rinse the dish off, maybe it's
well, lack of motivation, and it's not important to you. We need to gamify it.
Well, no. Well, that's what I mean. Is it that? Well, maybe, depending on how long it's been there. The second week I start to
yeah, sometimes you can have,
just,
like, for instance, like my cat, my missing cat, I still have posters on stapled on our mailbox.
Yep.
She's dead. Like, there's no fucking way she's ever coming home. But I feel like if I take those posters down, then I'm officially like, yeah, she's dead.
Yep.
And it's just like, there's not, but I mean, it's not hurting anything.
You have no influence, because even if she's not dead and she finds her way back, it's not going to be because of the poster.
Yep. And I'm not even, I'm not a religious person. I don't think I'm generally a superstitious person either. I mean, like, I will almost just kind of for fun knock on wood or something. But yeah, I'm definitely very realist. And I don't know.
Yeah.
As I've said before, and it's funny saying this when Rich is here, but I wish I could believe in something, because then I wouldn't feel so despondent.
Well, it's interesting. I believe that that things are connected in a way that looks like religion talks about, that things things being connected. I think that's our interpretation of it, and it makes sense that way. So that's okay. What happens is then it becomes part of a dogma,
Yeah.
part of a ritualistic system, and we lose track of what the rituals were to embody, and we just get stuck on the motions, and
Yeah.
then we're lost. And we're lost right now. That's another one of the ridiculous things. We're just lost. We have no. See, that's the thing about the Republicans and the Democrats. The Republicans have a goal, and the goal is to take over the country by whatever means necessary. And the Democrats don't have that. And the Democrats are not.
I know, we can't just run on "we're not Trump." Obviously, that didn't work.
Yeah. And we can't run on this guy's ridiculous because
The voters don't care.
For Senate, Herschel Walker, who can't put together a sentence,
I know.
is a senatorial candidate.
Yeah.
You know, it has.
They don't care
ridiculous.
if someone's ridiculous because they'll see what they want in that person. That's how they fell in love with Trump in the first place.
You know, he's a star football player and he can get votes. And that's all.
And he's a what is it they call a black person that like does what performs Uncle Jim, I think.
Oh, I don't know.
Something like that.
Not an Uncle Tom.
Uncle Tom. No, it is Uncle Tom.
Is it Uncle Tom?
I think it's Uncle Tom.
I don't know. Anyway,
basically,
I
can't even remember his name. Clarence Thomas.
And the thing that infuriates me is why cannot the Democrats make this look ridiculous?
Yeah.
You know, it's like they treat it seriously, and oh my God, it's serious. This is a serious threat. Oh, and it's like, why is it a serious threat? You know, 20, 30, 50 years ago, it would have been rightly laughable.
Yeah. Well, it's the frustration with the like Midwest diner where they, they'll go find Trumpers and like, why do you love Trump? And they don't give any airtime to people that don't love Trump.
That's because their corporate overlords want to stir up a division. It's really interesting. The machinations that go on that are this is what I mean when I say I get off the line, because the line is a creation. It's not actually there.
Okay.
And when you step off that and you start really looking around at more than what's at that end and what's at that end, but you start looking three-dimensionally instead of two-dimensionally, there's a lot of stuff that's right out in the open. I mean, it's right there. But because you're only looking at the line, you're only looking at the other person at the end of the line, you don't see any of that.
Okay.
So that's disturbing.
The forest for the trees kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, yeah. That's what I like about Good Omens. You got this again. That's where it came from. That Darius the First or whatever his name was. I don't think it's Darius. I think it's another one. Anyway, this ultimate battle between good and evil to see who wins, and Crowley and I'm going to say his name.
As if Aziraphale, my snake's name, my asshole snake's name.
They stepped out of that line and said, "Why do we have to have this battle just to prove who's better?"
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just figuring this out.
That's all right. You got to concentrate. I understand.
I'm just trying to make sure I read it correctly because it sucks to put a whole bunch of work in something and then be like, oh, that goes here.
I don't want to be the reason you sewed the wrong part upside down or something.
Yeah. Okay, so this goes here? I'm so confused. It shows those facing out. I'm so confused. That matches up, that matches up, that matches up. But that'll bow out. Ah! I don't understand. This is why I wish I was at a school where I could call the teacher over and be like, I don't understand this.
Yep.
That'd be nice.
Or your sewing bee fellow cohorts and say, what is this?
Yeah. What is this? I don't understand. So let's see. We have this and this. And this matches up. And we want that. I think we want the other side, the other piece. Maybe. But those are the same, so that doesn't make sense.
Do you ever take the patterns and pin them together to see if it actually looks like what you're trying to make?
Well, I can see that. Like, I can imagine that. It's
Okay.
It's hard to explain what I'm getting frustrated at. We've got the dot. Oh no, this is the dot. There we go. No, this is the dot. So this goes under here. That goes faces in this way. Okay, so we want the other side. We want it to face in. Okay. I think it goes like this. We're gonna do a really big stitch in case I have to rip it all out.
Pull it out, yeah.
Okay,
Is that
so
a basting stitch? I
yeah,
don't know my stitches.
yeah, basting stitch. Okay, so this is gonna match up. Match it up. All right, I don't know what to talk about. Everything is so depressing.
You're concentrating.
Yeah, but I need to be entertaining. I need to dance. Monkey dance.
You need to learn to, what is it, those guys that play the accordion while they're doing juggling tricks or whatever?
Like, what's his name?
When was the accordion the instrument? Like, everybody played the accordion. It must have been vaudeville.
Yeah, probably. I know ukuleles are popular right now.
Ah, I have a ukulele.
Oh, well, there you go. You're popular.
I have bongos too.
Bongos are fun. I had an
They
old
are.
Nintendo game. Those bongos. I like taiko drums.
Oh.
They have that Japanese taiko drum game at the arcade here, and I'm just like, yes! It feels so liberating. Okay, we're gonna try. We're gonna try this and see if it looks terrible.
Go for it.
Well, thank you. Fucking.
We won't
I
laugh.
could have gotten $1,000 for making my nipples hard. Yeah, I'm good. Because once you do it once, honestly, it doesn't even matter.
Then you're owned.
It's
Then
not.
you're owned.
I'm not anti-sex worker. I'm fine with people who want to do that, doing that. And you know this, but my frustration is with the treatment of like, oh, well, she's
It's the entitlement.
a free the nipple activist, therefore she'll do this thing for me.
Yep.
Okay, these don't match up. So how are you supposed to? What? Oh, right, the folds. Okay. I was like, it doesn't match up. It's going to be the wrong length. Okay, hopefully that's correct. Okay. But yeah, just the objectification.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. Well, it's a power trip.
Yeah.
And you are really averse to power trips, if you haven't noticed.
I'm an uppity bitch. Well, that's why, I mean, again, I don't know if I'll even be able to exchange 10 words with her, and even if I can, like, I'm not famous, so what benefit would there be in her
Well, see,
talking to me? But
that's part of the power trip. I'm not famous. I don't have power.
well, I'm going to. I mean, I'm still gonna try.
You have a different kind of power. Just start
Not in a
mixing
way
it.
that's gonna matter to popular content creators,
VidCon,
though.
which is why we keep telling you that VidCon
But
is not the
there
target audience.
is not another. Are you telling me to start my own convention? Because first of all,
no,
I don't have the clout for
I'm not.
that.
I'm not telling you that at all.
Okay.
However, your Outcast content create. What is it?
Outcast
Content Creator Club?
Collective. Well, that's part of what I'm gonna
Collective.
try to crowdfund and get a attention.
I don't have to tell you because you're already doing it.
I just have to find a transaction service that'll allow us to fundraise and
Yeah.
get people to
Well,
actually
I'll tell you
put
what,
money behind their support.
Find some European way to do it. You'll be a lot better off. Incorporate in Scotland or something and so you start GDPR.
Well, I want to
I
move
mean,
to Scotland
seriously.
anyway, so there you go.
Yeah.
Have to get some. Yeah, I don't know. So Philosophy Tube, who again is going to be a headliner there. I was watching their video, her video, I guess, pre-transition. But yeah, her video about sex workers, and she was talking about like the ridiculousness of the sex roles in even in like the UK or whatever, where sex work is allowed, but buying sex work is not. And so it's like, well, who's going to buy it then? They don't want to go to jail. Like, it's just such a weird non-solution.
It's all power. It's all about power. That aspect of it is all about power. And there's another aspect. I mean, there are two. Again, there's this line that women have been put on, in that you are either the totally demeaned, totally owned, the traditional crack whore, and crack can be many things.
Yeah.
And then there's the really ultra high priced call girl that is really in charge and gets paid a lot for it.
Yeah.
And you got to step off that line. It's not about the power. I mean, it shouldn't be.
But how do you translate that to real world action? Like, it's great from a philosophical perspective, but like, for instance, for me to do this, I got to make money.
It's more about recognition than action. It's more about recognition than action.
Okay.
Once you recognize something, then you can start. Once you start seeing things clearly,
I can see clearly.
It helps a lot. Yeah,
well, I'm being kind of sarcastic when I'm saying like I'm not famous or whatever. I'm more mocking the capitalism aspect of it.
Yeah. You don't have. Well, here's kind of drifted off.
Sorry.
Away from this topic, which was sponsorship.
Yeah.
And there's a guy that I have been following, watching. I'm not his target audience, but he has Blender guy. So and he recently, like in the last 3 months or so, he had a PC vendor and a hardware vendor build a PC for him, and so he's advertised. They're sponsored him. They gave him a PC, a high-end PC. So he has these 30-second or 1-minute things in his tutorials about how this high-end PC helps him get his work done faster and better and stronger and more fun and all
Are
this
you advocating or critiquing this?
No, I'm just saying this is what happened since he got sponsored. So he now his content has been changed by the sponsorship. So,
but guess what? He can pay the bills.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, so just today he has an entire video. This is a Blender artist. This is not a PC hardware guy. came out with a video on this is the best hardware for you.
Yeah.
And I didn't even watch it, because I know more about it than he does. But it's just when you get advertising, when you get that kind of sponsor.
Well, that's what all the decentralized, the advertisement is for like decentralized stuff is that like, oh, we're not going to let ads control us, but then you're dependent on people to pay for your service.
It does control you.
People don't like to pay for things.
Yeah, once you get the that's why I'm thinking of like the Fediverse and they call it donations now, and I wish they would call it. I wish they would get away from that donation model. That's also on that line. You have coercive, required, whatever the market will bear, charging for a service or whatever, and it's coercive. You either pay me or you don't get it. That's coercion. And what I think of better is a non-coercive model where actually the people, if it's meaningful to them and it's a societal thing, it's got to change with society. It's an attitude. Will support
co-ownership
the things that they use.
Kind of.
Yeah. It really is. It's a partnership. It's a cooperation. And maybe the guy says, I need this much money to make this feature. Because it's going to cost me this much money to do it and host it and whatever. And, that's not coercive in the way I'm thinking of coercion.
Well, and
it's a cooperative
That's
effort.
where we were talking about like letting other people upload to the server and everything like that. And I'm still going back and forth because I don't know. I don't want it. One of my concerns is I don't want it to be like these YouTuber groups where you're supposed to be working together and all people do is post their own stuff and never look at anyone else's. Yeah. And also like because
that's you.
Yeah. And also like yeah, shut up. No, I don't. I check other people's stuff. I'm just really low on time.
I know. You just say you never watch other gamers, so I'm bragging you on that.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I mean, I happily play with other gamers. I just don't really sit and watch people play games because I don't have the time for it.
I didn't mean to derail you. Go ahead. I think you shouldn't do that.
What was I talking about?
I don't think you should. Well,
the co-ownership.
I think you should do that for like 3 months at least.
Yeah.
Until you know what's involved just with you.
Yeah.
And then because you don't want to multiply that by a bunch of people before you know what. Yeah,
and also like it's gonna make it more complicated because like, what if we get nudists who start slipping some Trumpism in there or whatever? Like, then we got to start censoring, and then it's gonna be like, oh, they censored me. And it's just easier if I don't.
If you're laying across the hood of a car.
Well, even that, like, I'm okay with, erotic charge as long as people tag it and put it under spoiler tag. That's the thing that I'm, really big on is like no explicit porn because then it's just going to take over. But if you're going to do something, I don't know. What's up?
I'll go back to the 3 months because you're going to have to train some moderators.
Yeah. And have the money to pay the moderators. Because expecting people to work for you volunteer just doesn't work out because they don't prioritize it. But I don't know. Well, we'll see. Like I said, I'm gonna make a site for it. Again, like I have to edit the video with Bunny Luna, but first I should make a site for the Outcast thing, so I can advertise it.
3 videos out there that are either part 1 is up and part 2 isn't, or you got a 5-minute trailer, and the rest of it's you've got.
Well, I could hire somebody else to do the editing for me. Yeah. Except that they're not going to do it exactly the way I want. So.
No, you're a control freak.
I know, I am.
You need to train somebody to be the control freak that you are.
Yeah. Well, again, if I can get the money, then I can hire someone who has the experience. Because someone who has experience with that is not going to do it for free. And if it's a volunteer, they're going to have to learn how to do it, and it's just... It's kind of like cleaning my kid's room. Like, yeah, I could
And
make
then
them do it, but it's easier if I do it myself. Okay, I'm done.
Yeah. Well, and a professional is going to be able to tell you why their edit is better than yours in
Yeah.
ways that you'll understand, which is always a little.
Well, so like
humiliating,
when
but,
I used to write more, occasionally like I'd let my dad look at it and he would quote unquote edit it, and I was always like I just didn't like any of his edits. And I think part of it is because, well, a lot of it is writing style. And
Yeah.
also, like, he does nonfiction. He doesn't do, like, purple prose like I like to
Right.
read. But at the same time, I'm very, like, I guess finicky, I don't know, about what kind of other writing styles I can even put up with to read. And, like, I've started reading the Witcher books, and I mentioned it, but, like, there's just these pages, there'll be a page and a half of one character talking. And
Wow. Yeah.
I don't know if that's the style or if that's because it was translated from Swedish. Another thing that I was thinking about earlier, and we changed subject, but talking about the recognizable female form or whatever.
Yes.
The Witcher
Well,
books, yeah. Well, the Witcher books do the let's describe her breast thing. So like the very first chapter is there. It's in the TV show too, where basically there's a girl who turns into this monster or whatever, and then if he keeps her out of her crypt for a day, she turns back into the girl, and she's a freaking monster, and he describes her breasts, and I'm just like. Or like there's this comic I saw a long time ago. I think it was called Court of the Damned or something, and I got a free copy of it at Comic-Con. And there's like an evil queen in it who has like a rotten body, but a hot face and nicely shaped breasts. And I'm just like,
well, that's
it's
the silhouette.
stupid.
I mean, it really is the still. This is a sexy character. No matter how ugly they are, they're still sexy. And
yeah, but why do we
that's
adhere
the
to that?
important part is they're sexy.
Well, that's where you get into the financial appeal, where people will buy it if there's a sexy character in it.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I see that part just baffles me. I mean, the silhouette part I get. That makes sense because we do that. We do that with everything. We do that with stories. That's why stories have a beginning, a middle, and end.
Yeah.
To when the actual reality is not like that at all.
Yeah.
I mean, we do that simple because we like to think we have powerful brains.
Yeah. Well, and like non-American films.
Shortcuts to make them work.
Yeah, non-American films will not follow that, and then you'll have all these people like hating on it. I want to do. I don't know. I'm gonna have to work up the will to do it because it's depressing. But I want to do a video where I'm comparing Don't Look Up with Aniara, and Don't Look Up is comedic-ish, but it everything that happens in the movie, everything's a Chekhov gun. Aniara,
I haven't seen that yet.
Random shit happens and there's no explanation for it. And I've gone on and read like fan theories or whatever, and the one that I read that I liked is it's basically saying that humans briefly going back to climate change, humans think that everything involves us and blah blah blah, and it's like random shit happens and it's not for us.
We are the center of and in control of the entire universe, except for God. But we do what God tells us to.
Yeah.
When we don't, we pray that God will change His mind because that always works.
Yeah. Okay. It looks like the picture, so I think I did this part correctly. So now I'm going to go over it with the real
the front
thing.
or the back?
This is the front.
Or the side?
This is the front. Or actually, no, this is the back. Sorry. Okay.
It's a good back. It's a nice back.
Well, it has I like the shape, the like.
Yeah.
I just don't like
the little puffy part at the bottom is puffy too.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, so I'm reading the book and I'm like enjoying it, although I haven't really gotten. Well, it's funny because like in the Netflix show, there's this thing with the Striga that I mentioned that's like kept as a secret until like the end of the episode. But in the book, they just straight up lead with it, and you're like, that's different. But what I'm looking forward to is that there's a lot in the show that, like, they got panned in the first episode or the first season because they had 3 different timelines, but they didn't say, you know, this is this timeline, this is this timeline, and so a lot of people got pissed because they got really confused. I watched it through once. And I mean, I guess it was a little confusing, but the characters don't really interact, so it kind of doesn't even matter really. And then I watched it again when I was trying to get my husband or my dad into it, and knowing then it was like playing the game again, knowing, you know, oh, that means that means that or whatever. I actually thought it was kind of fun. Like, you know, there's movies like that where you watch it again and it's like a whole new movie. But yeah, people just didn't like it. Huh?
I haven't seen Witcher. I'm not even familiar.
No,
with
I know. I'm
That
trying to
sounds
be
like-
vague so I don't ruin it for anyone.
Yeah. Well,
But-
yeah. But there's a movie. What was it? It was basically kind of a reincarnation for people who don't believe in reincarnation. It's like, ooh, what if? And it's a Tom Hanks movie, and I want to. I can't. There's a lot. It's a big. A lot of big names in the movie.
Not thinking.
But it was-
I guess I
it
haven't
was
seen
like-
it.
It was like 5 people who were intertwined in all these timelines by
Well,
reincarnation.
are you talking about Cloud Atlas?
Yes.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
what
and
was
apparently the
it?
book is
They
even
all
more
had a
confusing.
birthmark. You know, each one had a
Yeah.
distinct birthmark.
I will say that I guess Whiteface, where they had the Asian girl, there was like a timeline where she was supposed to be like an American. It looked really awkward. And then there's the other one that's supposed to be Korean, and they had the guy that plays Mr. Anderson in The Matrix, and they tried to make him look Asian. And it was like, that did not translate well.
Yeah, there were some awkward. I only watched it once, and I thought I would be more into it than I was because it was,
more.
It was almost a little bit like what was Tenet? Is Tenet the one where they have the one timeline?
Oh, I've
going
heard of how
timeline
confusing.
going
I haven't
backwards?
seen it is, but yeah, that's one I've heard is really confusing. There's actually a
Palindrome.
yeah, there's a trailer out for a new movie right now that everyone is just like, it's a chaotic, sumptuous feast or whatever, and literally the trailer just went viral like a couple days ago. And there's another one that looks interesting, but is really like, there's a couple of movies out there that have trailers that dropped recently that are just like really visually interesting but really weird. But I mean, you know, Blade Runner was like kind of one of those. Like, I mean, I don't think it was hard to follow, but like it was that sort of vague or whatever. And I have a higher tolerance for non-sexual plots and, you know, weak characters if it is a visually interesting movie. Obviously, I prefer to have a good plot.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like there's a limit where I'm just like, okay, this is not enjoyable, even though it's fun to watch. Like, it's just random shapes. I think it's been a while since I saw it, but I think that was kind of part of what I felt like with the first Doctor Strange. I haven't seen the second one yet because I want to go with somebody. But I just remember like there was a lot of just like really weird, and I mean it's an Avenger movie. You know, Avenger movies, people get mocked like, oh, haha, you like a stupid thing for kids. But then I did like the thing at the end where it was something about like he just the bad guy basically gave up because he was just respawning in infinite timelines, and even though the bad guy was winning, it was like he was never going to escape that timeline, which I thought was kind of clever.
Right.
But anyway, I haven't seen it in a long time. But yeah, so like there's a couple coming out, and I like weirdness. We know that. We've established that. I like weirdness with a plot. I was ranting about Legion, which, you know, is like a really weird version of Professor Xavier's son, I guess. And like it was interesting. Like I really liked in the first season, one of the bad guys sort of takes on a form played by Audrey Plaza that's sort of this chaotic jokester, like Loki but more dark, like the actual Loki, not the show. But then like the show just kept throwing random shit in that had nothing to do with anything going on. And I guess they were trying to give it this like Alice in Wonderland feel. But like even in Alice in Wonderland, like there are some absurdities, I guess. But they don't spend like an entire season on this absurdity that has nothing to do with anything that goes now. I don't know. But then we were saying that other movies, like other culture movies or whatever, they don't have the beginning, middle, end. So then I feel like I'm kind of arguing against my point that I just made.
Yeah, and it's funny you say that. I just listened to a podcast today. Ty and that guy, the Expanse people, had this podcast,
Okay.
and they were talking about John Carpenter today. I listened to it today.
Yeah.
Tuesday or whatever. Anyway, and he brought up this exact thing. Is they do this twist, and some people do the twist, and it's just hanging out there, and there's absolutely no reason for it.
Well, it's the Shyamalan shit.
Yeah, there's no connection to anything. And so they were talking about this and how apparently I'm not a John Carpenter fan, but apparently he's a master of this. And somebody told them about surprising inevitability, and that when something happens, you're totally surprised, but then when you go back and look at it, and think about it, it was inevitable.
That's cool. Like that I like. Yeah, because it's like that compared to the whole, it was the butler all along, but there was literally no clue. And that's why I don't like a lot of mystery, because that's how they do it. Either it's super predictable, or the end makes no sense. It's really hard for me to find mystery that isn't shitty.
The author made it up.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
It's like game logic. It's author logic.
Of course, then you get into the whole other thing of like, how does a non-genius write a genius?
It's like the last season of Game of Thrones.
Yes. Oh my god.
Let's make it different.
Why? Let's just throw a bunch of random shit in. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me read the instructions.
Yeah.
View BCA. No, I don't want BCA. I want... Right? I'm doing A. I think I'm doing A. Yes, I'm doing A. Okay. Can Gojit? The hell is a Gojit? Never heard that before. Okay. Let's look up the terms. Gojit. What is a Gojit? There should be a thing somewhere in here that explains it. Gojit. I don't see anything about Gojit. What is a Gojit?
Is it G-O-J-I-T?
Or sorry, Godet. G-O-D-E-T. Go back sections. Oh, it's just the name of the kind of... Yeah, name of the kind of thing, I guess. Okay, so 3.
Brand name of Kanye. Oh, sewing. Sewing technique that adds width and volume to a garment.
Yeah, it's basically a little extra flap. It looks like.
Yep.
Okay.
First time chatter.
That's awesome. How long have you been making that I'm making? How long have I been making? Are they trying to be funny? Or is that a grammar thing? I've been making sewing machines since I was 2 months old. I don't know.
Well, the Gojit is for the pleats at the bottom.
Yeah. No, I understand now.
Godet.
Oh, yeah, Pineapple's trying to be clever. Cool. Anyway, what was I looking for? Oh, yeah, I was seeing if this is a part on view A.
She magics them out.
Okay, so it's not view A, so why are they... Okay. Oh, okay, that's part of BCE. Yeah, so BCE are the other versions. C is the longer one. And then B and... What is the difference between C and D? They look exactly the same. I think it's extra fabric. I don't know. I don't understand the difference. Alright. That's I always every time I say like BC or whatever, it makes me think of Matthew teaches the kids how to do ABCs backwards also, and like they mostly know it, and I just don't know it at all. I don't know. I haven't really tried to remember it, but okay. So now piece 4. Oh, maybe the godet is to make it like even extra fluffier. Aw, but that's not in A. Okay, stitch front 4 sections together at center front. Okay, which one's 4? Here's 4. And I don't know what your goal is here, Avenging Pineapple, but I mean, I guess out of all the streams you decided to troll, I'm honored you picked mine. Okay, let's see. At front and ending at large circle. It's interesting, like what makes people decide what stream to go into, because it's like, you know, on something like Plexstorm or whatever, you know, and Twitch also, but like a lot of it's just basically, are you attracted to the person or not? Do you find them attractive? Yeah. Maybe.
I think it's the form-fitting blouses.
I think it's the boobs. Anyway, come on, man. Put a little more effort into it. You're at like a 3 out of 10 right now. Okay, anyway, let's see. Endings, clip right, front seam allowance, blah, blah, blah. Stitch, ending at large circle. Is it a regular stitch? Oh, ending. Okay, I understand. So what, how much TV or movies do you watch usually?
No TV, unless it's
okay.
You know,
well,
DVD.
Okay, I mean like streaming, Netflix, etc.
Oh, none.
None?
I mean, no. I just.
Why?
I don't. One, my streaming experience is not good. I have Amazon Prime. I never watch it.
Oh. See, I think there's a lot of shows that are better because they have more time to explore issues.
I get them when they come on DVD because then there's commentaries often. You know, sometimes there isn't. But I just put Queen's Gambit in my DVD queue because you know it's a couple of years old and I remember it.
My parents watched it all, and so I feel like, well, my dad already saw it, and I don't like watching shows by myself, so I haven't seen it yet. So you do stuff on DVD because you like the extras?
Sometimes. I mean, it depends. It depends on like a lot of the Film Courage videos that I watch reference Breaking Bad. Okay. I don't think I'm gonna like that show a lot at all. But these people who write, you know, scripts and are part of making, you know, video stories, are always reference Breaking Bad.
Interesting.
So I'm gonna watch it as a learning experience, as much of it as I can tolerate. And you know, and I remember, what was it, Sons of Anarchy? When was that? 5-10 years ago? I don't know. I never watched it, but you know, it was the show of the time, and it's like nobody even remembers it now. Why, you know, why invest however many years that thing was running? You know, I just am not. I don't do that. Life's too short.
Just answering the troll. So you mentioned Game of Thrones, so you've seen Game of Thrones. Or you just...
got the DVDs, and guess what? I made it through all 7 seasons, and 90% of the time, I listened to the commentaries and never watched it just straight.
You're a particular person. I'm just curious
because... I'm not normal.
I think we talked about this a little bit, but like, do you identify as autistic?
No,
just something else. Just different way of looking at the world.
Dyslexic. I mean, I'm not, you know, so I'm I don't think the way most people think. It took me a long time to realize that.
Yeah. Well, no, it's just like, so, you know, like I was watching Love on the Spectrum last night or whatever, and like every time I watch this show, it reminds me so much of stuff that I grew up with and went through and everything. And I mean, I don't think I'm to the level that most of the people on the show are. And I mean, they talk about girls not presenting as much as guys. I think part of that is being trained to respond better, but I think also though it's probably just like women being encouraged to be quiet more, it's less pronounced. Whereas like if a guy's quiet, it's like, oh, what's wrong with him? But anyway, I don't know. I'm curious.
We're not entertaining avenging pineapple.
I don't care. Yeah, so like I watch it and like they talk about like having a hard time understanding people and relating to people, and it's like I had that all the time. Like, you know, as much as I get mad at Matthew, who I think is still watching, I
The thing of it is,
honestly am very. I was just gonna say I'm honestly like, I guess relieved that I found someone that doesn't mind my eccentricities. Like that's kind of amazing. If you look at how my life was, I had no friends. I never dated. Like.
yeah. But here's the thing, though. Here's something I want to bring up.
Mm-hmm.
Elizabeth Bennet spent an entire book trying to figure out Mr. Darcy. This is not new, and neither one of them is probably autistic. This is a human condition. It is not, you know. So I kind of
well, yeah, but it's more like if it's particular people, it's different than everybody.
There's a sociological aspect of this that makes it different. But I'm just, you know, just saying, well, I don't understand people can be a lot of things besides autism. It's like
no, I'm not saying that alone makes me feel autistic. Yeah. I'm not saying that at all. Or like the how to ADHD videos.
Huh? You can still identify with somebody.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to, you know.
Well, and my thing too is I think that we are too binary in our discussion of like, is autistic, is not autistic. And
right.
I just think that we're so quick to decide if we are or aren't something. Or like introverts. Like there's so many people, especially like among, you know, nerds like me, who are like, I'm an introvert. And it's like, but you regularly go out to hang out with people. Like, what is an introvert to you? Oh, I like doing stuff by myself sometimes. Okay, that doesn't make you an introvert.
No, see, it's the thing. It's the simplification. It's the silhouette.
Okay.
You know, it's like this person is a loner. They're an introvert. When they may have just been bullied into being alone and not trusting people, which is something completely different than being at peace with yourself when you're alone.
For sure.
And you don't need to be around people to enjoy life. You know, completely different thing.
Yeah. Oh, man, bullying. That's a fun thing to talk about. What time is it? Oh, it's only 6:20. I was actually planning to do a little bit of gaming, but now I'm like, I'm making good progress here. Plus, we're pissing off we're pissing off avenging whatever, which is making me happy. So.
Yeah. See, what people don't realize when they troll is that you can troll back.
Yeah. There's some viral videos of like streamers, especially like, I mean not especially, but I've seen some of bigger streamers trolling back, and like these videos go viral. It does take, I don't know, that could actually be kind of enjoyable for me. I do think I have moments where I'm pretty witty. It helps when I have enough sleep so I can actually think.
Yeah.
But, you know, I've definitely had a couple sharp comebacks, and it's like fun to me. And it's weird that as awkward as I feel around people and as afraid of saying the wrong thing as I am around people, I still thrive on it. I love talking to people, getting to know people, sharing interests with them, and stuff like this. Like, I'm genuinely interested in people when I ask them about themselves, even if I don't know them. But because of my, accidentally, like, I jump in with a story about myself, meaning to relate to them, they take it as a sign that I only want to talk about myself. And it's like, I know, like, I'm not trying to discourage you from talking about yourself. I don't know. So I try to remind
you just
myself.
have to learn not to do that because it doesn't matter.
No, I know,
I mean,
and that's the thing.
What your motive? It just doesn't matter.
I know, and I am working on that. But like that's another thing with the autistic show is like they have this person who comes in and helps them like prepare to meet other people outside their family or whatever, and she always has these lessons of like remembering to ask someone about their likes and dislikes and not just ask a question and then stop but like have additional questions or whatever.
Right.
And
it's like, oh, I got the answer to the question, we're done now.
Yeah. I don't do that. I mean, I feel like, oh, you mentioned this thing, I want to know more, but I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, and that's, going back to like pre-corporate YouTube or whatever, it was a chance to get to know someone because, you were able to say your piece without somebody cutting you off. Like they could leave a mean comment or whatever, but they couldn't literally just be like, stop talking. And as much as jealousy is part of why I don't like a lot of these whippersnappers, I think it's also just they're not putting actual humanity or personal, I don't know what you call it. They're not putting any personality into these things. It's all just like, wild wacky stunts. And
I mean, yo, Cleo, hey, how's it going? What you doing?
I'm sewing.
That's the whole thing.
Yeah.
I mean, and you say, oh, hey, what are you doing? How's it going? What's what crazy stuff have you gotten up to today with your friends?
Yeah.
I'm making a dress.
What friends? Ha ha ha.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We're still all under the rock.
We're still what?
Oh, all under the rock. The proverbial rock you live under.
Yeah, but I mean, how are you relating that to what we're talking about?
It's that inevitable. What's the word? Surprising inevitability.
Oh.
That we would live under a rock. All my friends and I would be living under a rock. The proverbial rock, not an actual rock.
This is a very weird conversation. I guess I'm. So what do you feel at ease around people ever, or frequently, or do you pretty much only talk to people like online?
No, it depends. But it depends. No, I'm not. People don't bother me. I mean, I've been a college teacher.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Like, yeah, with like 50 students in a lecture hall. I mean, it's not.
What did you teach?
It's hard to. Physics.
Physics. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
See, I never knew this. It's because I'm always talking over you because I don't actually want to know anything about you. I just want to talk about myself.
Right. Yeah, it's okay. Well, and I'm not exactly volunteering.
Yeah, I know.
That's and it's not a oh my god, I don't want to share anything about myself.
It just doesn't occur to you. Yeah.
Well, I know what happens to this stuff in these particular platforms.
Yeah.
Different platforms, different conditions, then it's different. But yeah.
Ah, interesting. Can I ask why you stopped?
Just things changed.
Okay. Well, Matthew wanted to be. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I've had like 3, 4, 5 completely separate careers. I mean,
Yeah.
So, I mean, not jobs, careers. Like,
yeah.
like I spent time in the academia. I wrote a lab manual, physics lab manual.
Wow.
That was fun.
And here you are
And then
hanging out with some weird loser as she makes a shirt.
Yeah, yeah, fun. It's different. I haven't done anything retail. And I'm kind of wondering if that's. I don't want to do that, but it's kind of like, can I put that? Can I tick that check mark so I can say I've done something retail?
Why would you want to?
I think that's.
I
really
haven't worked.
Not my personality.
I haven't worked at a restaurant before. I worked briefly at a cafe, and I actually really liked it. But I was only there for a week, and that was the one where I got fired because I wasn't Christian. Basically, they said it was because I wasn't doing a good job, but it was like I'd been there a week, and also like the customers kept saying that they liked me, and it was just, oh, what church do you go to? Which, you know, if I was as cantankerous in real life as I was in real life, I probably could have sued them for. I mean, I don't know what I would have won, but yeah, I don't know. Even if you are friendly, it's hard to keep that friendliness up if you are working a soul crushing piece of shit job. So.
Yes, it is. It is. Yeah. Yeah. So I had my part-time military career. You know, that's another one. I've done things. I spent a very brief time because that was interrupted. I was a intern electrician at a state prison. That was fun. I had a 12 inmate crew, and 11 of them were in for murder and 1 for manslaughter.
Lovely. Did you get to know them at all, or were they just purely?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, they were regular guys. Just got in a bad spot and made the wrong decision.
Yeah. What did you like have conversations a lot, or did you just?
Oh yeah, we spent 8 hours every day together.
Yeah.
Well, maybe 6. Yeah.
What did you?
Yeah, I remember
Sorry, go ahead.
The first day I walked in, it was weird. I walked in, I went through all the the doors. You got to check in and get gated in, and there was this big blood stain on the sidewalk, and somebody got stabbed the night before.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it's just kind of okay.
Day in the life.
Yeah.
So they actually did have stuff like that happen?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, one of the guys his nickname was Shroom, if that tells you anything, for mushroom.
Okay.
And he was not always there, and he would not show up often because he was in the infirmary hallucinating. So.
How did he get access to shrooms?
I don't know. This was when I have no idea. He was very well. See, these guys were all licensed electricians.
Yeah.
So they're not. I mean, they're not stupid people.
Yeah.
So that was one thing. But yeah, it was interesting. It was very different.
I'm listening. I'm just trying to understand how this fits.
Yeah. No, that's all right.
Nothing's ever just understandable with sewing. It's like, oh, I get it, I don't get it. Of course, that,
it's a three-dimensional puzzle.
Yeah, I was literally just going to say, like, that's the difference with sculpting and blending and stuff versus a picture. But it's so fun when it is done. I still like my idea of getting a 3D printer and, like, designing, 3D models of myself.
Yep.
And something like that. Because it'd be fun. It'd be cool.
Yeah.
And I don't mean it in an egotistical way. I mean, just like, I am here. I am I can model for myself. Yep. Like, it's not like Paris Hilton with pictures of herself that just photographs that other people took. Which, I mean, whatever. It's your life. I don't
Yeah,
understand.
it's funny, the enjoyment of getting something done takes me back to another thing we abandoned, and that's what makes you revisit a story. It can be a book, a magazine story, a movie, a TV series.
Yeah,
Um, what makes you go back and and reread it, rewatch it, re whatever, re-experience it?
yeah,
Because I'm specifically thinking of something like Jane Austen, who
yeah,
what 270 years
yeah.
is still people are still
She's
reading her stories
she's
over and
scathing.
over and making movies of them and TV
Well,
series
it's the
over and
timelessness. She's
over.
talking about people, and people don't change. I
And
still really like
that's what
Emma. Emma's my favorite.
well that's what I'm thinking is there's and I'm thinking specifically of people like not James Cameron, Ridley Scott, and who's the other sci-fi guy? Does all the
Uh,
I
George
can't think of his name right off
Lucas.
the hand because I think
George
he's an idiot. But
Lucas.
anyway, no, he's I guess it doesn't matter who it is. Anyway, he did like one of the Star Trek ones that he's really
Oh,
big on action and special effects
the one that always
and
does
no
the
story.
flares, the lens flares.
I don't know. I don't know.
He gets mocked for that.
I tend to avoid his movies because I
Oh.
don't like him. But anyway, he has these really huge blockbusters that nobody can remember like 2 weeks later.
Oh,
And
Michael Bay. Michael Bay?
no, different one.
Oh.
Maybe, but I'm thinking of a different one.
Okay.
Anyway, you know the kind I'm talking about.
Yeah. Well, it's
Really
like
big
TikToks.
blockbuster
TikTok movies.
special. Yeah, and you don't want to watch them again because you've got the story. You know
Yeah.
what the story is. There's nothing else.
Yeah.
There's no characters to explore. There's no extra little plot things that you might have missed
Yeah.
along the way that made that inevitable surprise or whatever that was. You know, you didn't miss any clues. You know, it was just all right there.
Yeah.
And so what? You know, lots of millions of dollars of special effects and thousands of people work
And yet they make
millions
money.
of hours to make this 2 hour movie. You know, and it's like you forgot it in a week at most.
But they don't care.
And
They
then
still
you have
got your
somebody,
money.
yeah. And then you have somebody like little Jane Austen writing in her little house
Yeah.
by her little self, not even knowing. I just unplugged my headset. That's not good. Not even knowing whether or not her books are popular or anybody's even reading them.
Yeah.
And they're still around
Yeah.
all this time later and relevant. And
Yeah.
and I mean, I go over her stories over and over and over because I'm trying to figure out these are people reacting to events in ways that are familiar to me.
Yeah.
That I want to know more about why they did it.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking that's the kind of story that if I ever write a story or do anything story related, that's what I want to do.
Yeah.
And the original Star Trek was like that. I mean, they were compelling stories. It wasn't necessarily, well, it was partly the character, but it was the concept behind the story. It was a compelling story, and you could watch these things, sitting on the edge of forever. You got somebody you love, and if you save them, the world goes literally to hell. And if you let them die, you get what should have happened. And I mean, man,
Yeah.
how many times can you watch that?
Yeah, well, you're just making me think of, why is this not matching up? You're making me think of, like horror, for instance. Like you've got the slasher, where, it's fine
Yeah.
for people that like that, but like, you watch it, oh, okay, they all died. Now what?
Yeah. Yeah.
Versus like a horror, like horror, and I've read some pretty good things that talk about how horror is such an expansive genre that you really have a chance to cover so many other things in it that,
Mm-hmm.
like you can put romance in a horror movie and it's fine, But you can't put horror in a romance movie, or people are gonna flip the fuck out because it's like I didn't watch this to see someone's head get cut off.
Then it's a horror movie.
Yeah, or fantasy or whatever. And I mean, I could see people saying the same thing about like female nipples. It's like, oh, as soon as there's female nipples in this. Well, I guess even with horror, it's like, oh well, as long as she's getting cut up while her nipples are showing, then it's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. That's great.
Yeah, and like I like horror in that sense. I just don't like gore. I don't like slashers.
Well, see, and that's what the Expanse guys were talking about with John Carpenter. Is he went. It wasn't just the horror. It was like rewatchable horror.
Mm.
Hey, you put up a video. When did you?
I did before I started streaming. It's just my regular thing. It's nothing exciting.
Regular, almost daily vlog.
Yeah. The one that like.
Oh yeah, you were talking about that earlier.
You and NASA and like I guess Ash now watch, and like very once in a while I get someone else. I still don't understand these idiots that are looking like I need to just I try not to look at the analytics because it's depressing. It's always just people looking for boobs. Every fucking time.
Yeah.
Whatever. I cannot let their stupidity affect my views of my self-worth. Society is dumb. We know that. At least I'm finding you guys.
I think that's you got 58 views and 6 thumbs up.
Yeah, interesting. That is actually one thing about this VidCon that I'm looking forward to as opposed to the last one. Is like the last VidCon I had basically pretty recently only started Topless Topics, and I didn't really have any regulars yet. And I actually had a guy come up to me while I was there and was like, oh, I like your Topless Topics stuff. And I felt super awkward because it was like, here's a real life person that's seen my female nipples, blah, blah, blah. And it still feels a little awkward meeting someone in real life. But, like, I quickly get used to it. It's all about them being weird. So, like, Gutzerker, we've hung out several times now, and it's, like, not weird. It's a little weird when he'll, like, mention something that I said in a video, and it's like, oh, yeah, I forgot you watched this. But I'm not.
Oh, you know about that.
Yeah, but I'm, and like when I have a new friendship, I lead with the videos because I don't want it to be. I don't want to get close to them and have it suddenly freak them out. So I feel like at this one, it'll still be a little weird because I'm not super used to talking to people in real life about my videos. But I'm not going to be like ashamed or anything or be like, oh my god. I think. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. Can you hear the fireworks? Somebody's shooting off fireworks.
No.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Memorial Day. I was like, why? Oh yeah, that's kind of interesting. I haven't heard any. God, I still can't believe last year, 4th of July, it was still like 90 degrees outside at night, and my idiot neighbors were firing off fireworks.
Yeah.
And of course, if they start a fire, we all suffer. So much like COVID.
Yeah.
Yeah, that video that I posted is probably going to get banned as medical disinformation because I mentioned my son and I getting boosters.
Well, at least you can upload it to Trump. Actually, I still have that little script running every night.
Yeah. And
you're getting views on Trump that nobody's heard of. So.
Yeah.
I'm
still posting there. I mean.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
well, I mean, that one vlog that you did that got taken off YouTube is holding its own with all the other ones. I mean,
that's nice.
It's got views.
Yeah.
It's got as many views, if not more, than your videos on YouTube have. I mean, it's just
really?
It just kind of, yeah. I mean, it just kind of, it's a little bit unexpected in that.
Well, how many of them, I wonder?
Have a following.
Yeah.
What's that?
I was just wondering, like, how many. I mean, I assume it's not built in PeerTube where you can see where the traffic is coming from, like it is with YouTube. Like, you don't know if they're following a Twitter link or something.
No, I think you can do things like at the server level to track IP addresses and stuff like that, but not as a not as a user, and I know Tio has a lot of that stuff turned off
Yeah.
because,
Privacy, yeah.
which is fine. Yeah.
I mean, it's not. I don't really care. Like, it's just I know when
It is interesting.
Yeah, well,
I mean,
like when I
really
go to
is interesting.
YouTube, the views that aren't from people searching for boobs, are all from Twitter. So it's people follow me on Twitter or
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah.
And that Outcast Collective, if we get the social media aspect of it going, I'm hopeful for that too, because I'd love to be able to communicate with people without having to suck it up and use the mainstream ones.
Yeah.
And if we make it accessible enough, and not just accessible, but be like, hey, if you log into this place, you'll find all of these like-minded people to talk to, and you won't have to deal with Nazis to do it. But,
yeah, I think it'll take a while to get going.
Oh yeah.
But once it gets going, it'll be really. So okay, whoops, I'm looking on the wrong windows here. I have too many windows open. Okay, so the ban from YouTube, Dear Trumpers, Karens, are not anyone who disagrees with you. Okay. Guess how many watches that has?
500.
All right. How many watches do your normal vlogs have?
That don't have the word boobs in them, like 100.
Okay. This one doesn't have the word boobs in it.
Yeah. Well, and the other question is,
views on and it's not on YouTube. It's on Little Trom.
Okay, but
nobody's ever heard
here's
of.
Another question though. How much of a video does someone have to watch on Trom for it to count as views? Because YouTube,
probably the same amount as YouTube.
I don't know about that. YouTube changed it, so you have to watch at least at least half of the video for it to count as a view.
I'm not sure. I don't know. I would have to fiddle with it. I'd have to look more into it in depth, and
I'm just saying that is a consideration. No, I mean it's cool, and I'm happy to have the place.
You have 368 views. Whatever a view is, you have 368 of them.
Yeah.
How many of your YouTube vlogs, daily vlogs, have 368 views?
Yeah. Well, and having the newsletter and stuff, which I still have to type out, or NASA has to type out. Well, I don't think he knows what to put in it. That's the reason I still have to do it myself. But, if I can get more people to sign up for that, then it's a lot less effort I have to put into bombarding social media. Because, as Kenny gets frustrated with me repeating myself on social media, most people are not seeing my posts, so I have to do that. Yeah. So if it's the newsletter, then hopefully they see it and they read it, and I don't know. Yeah. It feels very retro, but at the same time, I have newsletters that I read. There's a lot that I sign up for and then never read because it's too much info or whatever, but I always read the Crooked one, and I signed up for one called, I think, Please Like Me or something like that. And it's more specifically for content, about content creators and stuff. I haven't read everyone that I've gotten, and that's part of me trying to get away from social media too, is at least have something under my belt rather than doom scrolling. Now it's annoying that Crooked or the one that I do read, the What a Day, will frequently they link to something when they're talking about it, and a lot of times it's a tweet by somebody. So but wait, what? Oh, okay.
That's always disappointing.
Yeah.
Any link to a social media post that doesn't actually link to a real article, and by article I don't mean CNN.
Yeah.
Or Fox News or whatever.
Do you put CNN and Fox News in the same category?
Very close, yes.
Yeah, entertainment-wise. I know, I don't really watch CNN very much. That's one of the things
they're both there to please their audience.
Yeah.
And their audience isn't the people watching. Their audience is the people paying for the ads.
Yeah, well, that's part of reading the Catch and Kill that was so disappointing. Is it's about NBC, it's about MSNBC, and you know, you already know that there's like all these corrupt fucking assholes at the top of every corporation, but how can you look at the thing that has like Maddow and Chris Hayes and stuff like that, and the people on the ground level, or you know, those guys might be decent, but the people that you know are calling the shots, yeah, they're
Yeah. Yep.
corrupt.
Yep. Well, and the people that write the headlines are not the people that write the articles.
Yeah.
You know, and they don't write headlines for people to watch the articles. They write the headline for people to click on and see the ads.
Yeah. But again, you try to have something where it's not paid for by ads and people don't want to pay money for it. And even if they do want to pay money for it, you're going to their interest. That's why we need to have government paid for news. But then, yeah.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. There are some really successful open source software projects.
But those are the projects. That's not the hosting. The hosting is the expensive part.
No. The project. It's the project that are successful. And financially successful. They are successful in many ways. They are successful in the number of contributors. I mean, let's say I happen to have access to bolts of cloth, and I can send you bolts of cloth without sending you money.
Yeah.
You know. Now, do I have to require you to say, "Oh, you can get bolts of cloth from here. They sent me all this cloth,"
Okay.
or a friend of the show sent me this cloth. It's great. Let's make stuff.
Okay.
You know?
No, I
There's
understand.
a huge difference there.
But I know, but I'm still talking about how do you pay for the hosting to house these sites?
Well, yeah, that's an interesting thing because no matter what, we are living in this world that works that way.
Yeah.
Other places it doesn't work that way. Other places you have to be in with the government in order to be able to have a site.
Yep.
You know, it's different. It's different in different places. Ours is commercially driven.
Yep.
So yeah, you gotta pay for it, and you gotta pay for it in money.
I know. And so how are you? Something. And then to keep the free access to it.
That's where the non-coercive funding comes in.
And then we come back to you not being a misanthrope like me.
Well, I mean, I don't know how that works because we're also in a society that thinks that's begging.
Yeah, exactly.
With weakness and begging with not being able to do anything.
And yet, if you do put something behind a
make your own
paywall,
way in the world and blah blah blah.
Yeah, and yet if you do put something in a paywall, you're a sellout.
But in Europe, and there are buskers, and some buskers make a good living, a decent living.
But you're still paying for a show. Like, yeah, you don't have to, but
yeah, but it's not coercive. Yeah, that's what I mean. You are paying because you want them to be back there same time next week or whatever it is they do.
That just sounds like we really have to completely shift our viewpoint on internet entertainers, and I mean, we're talking about entertainer.
Yeah,
versus...
yeah. And the thing of it is people have been doing that since whenever the Cathedral and the Bazaar came out. When Richard Stallman created the free software company or whatever. Yeah. Even though the guy's an idiot, and I shouldn't say an idiot, he's not a very good person.
I don't know who you're talking about, so.
But he had that one good idea, and he pushed it really hard.
What? So who is this? What did he do?
Richard Stallman created the open source licenses.
Okay, so just the concept of open source.
Yes.
Okay. I like how you're like Richard Stallman. I'm like, I don't know who that is.
Yeah, before that there was freeware and shareware.
Okay.
So shareware was you use this, please send me money, or
Yeah, I
if
remember
you
those.
send money, you'll get access to these other features. And
Which
we
you
won't
still
add
see.
money.
Yeah. Well,
But there
so
was never an open source license. Installment
yeah,
brought in the open source license, which means
where people can just
you,
straight up see the programming and also
yes,
like add to it.
and make it their own.
Yeah.
Yes. And
Interesting.
he came up with the licensing ways you could do that legally.
Well, high-speed internet, or maybe not high-speed, but reliable internet was obviously going to be a big part of that.
Yeah.
Not like
Well,
mixtapes.
but they had. I'll tell you, before this, see, that's the thing. People forget about BBS. There were BBSs before that. There
No,
was
I remember this.
CompuServe. There were all these, and before that, there was SneakerNet, where you literally carried a floppy disk, or you
Really?
carried a pile of punch cards. Yeah.
I
Or
never knew
you
about
carried.
that.
I mean, the reel-to-reel tapes they used to use.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a thing. You had.
Yeah. Well, mixtapes.
You actually had couriers go from university to university with a car full of tapes.
Oh, so that's why it was called Sneaker.
Yep.
That's funny. And that was what, like software and movies and stuff, or
Whatever they needed to. It wouldn't have been movies. Whatever.
well, that's
they
why I'm
needed
just curious, like what kind of stuff was worth the effort of doing that.
scientific data.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, whatever they needed to, whatever information they needed to exchange, that's how they exchanged it.
Right, but I'm talking about like fun stuff, like the fun transfer, like again, like mixtapes or whatever.
I don't think there was a lot of fun in the old.
I know.
Days.
I'm saying I'm curious when the more fun stuff.
Oh, when?
Kind of stuff.
I don't know. I'm not even sure when that. It was probably in the early to mid '90s.
Like I remember Muds, like and Yahoo chat rooms and stuff, and that was fun. I mean, there was a lot of evil crap that went on, but.
Well, BBSs and wares sites and stuff that some people would consider wares.
Yeah.
But there was that kind of thing that came up in the mid '90s, early '90s. I don't know.
You know, one thing that's kind of funny is I was just thinking about like old Flash games, and then I was thinking like, well, now we have cell phone games, but the big difference is with the Flash games, like yeah, you might have ads on the page that it was on or whatever, but as far as I remember, you didn't really have ads in the game. You certainly didn't have to press a button, watch an ad to play the game. So that's kind of.
That was one of those major advertising innovations that marketers are really proud of, and the rest of us are like, why did you?
Because they saw an opportunity to make money. That's why.
Yep. Well, the thing that bothers me is if nobody ever clicked on any of these ads, they would stop immediately.
Well, what cracks me up is like, I was posting about it. There's an ad for a Hannah Gatsby performance that keeps popping up on Instagram, and I tried to click it because I was actually like, oh, I like her, and it led me to a broken site, and it's like, why put the money into a?
Yep, that was a bad advertising campaign, that's for sure.
Yeah, I just like.
Or they sold out. Maybe they sold it out.
But no, it was a broken website. Like they would have said something about, oh, the show is sold out, and I still see ads for the show.
Yeah.
So I don't know what's going on with that. But it's like, I could look up, Hannah Gatsby Portland show or whatever, but then it's like I'm taking an active step, and then I'm like, well, do I really want to spend the money? Blah blah blah. Like the fluffy one that I went to, I literally was like, it was a nice day at the weekend, and I was like, okay, everybody's healthy, I'm boosted, COVID rates are low, I want to go do something fun. Looked up events near me, and it was like Gabriel Iglesias show. I was like, oh my god, I've actually heard of him. And I went, and I had a good time, although, the idiots, like, jeering at the idea of getting vaccinated and stuff was like, the lack of masks. But the good news is, clean up the gene pool, right? I'm so bitter.
I'm still not going anywhere.
Well, I didn't. I mean, first of all, the building was gigantic, so with like a huge roof and everything. So it wasn't like
Yeah,
a
I don't.
packed theater, but
Until they understand long COVID, and apparently the vaccine doesn't prevent you from getting long. I mean, if you get COVID and you're vaccinated,
yeah.
you're still almost as likely to get long COVID.
But
Until
I've
they
also had
understand that
COVID
whole
twice.
mechanism.
I've also had COVID twice.
Plus, as I've said, this is just the beginning. This is the
Oh, I
first
know.
one, you know.
Yeah, now I got
And,
monkeypox.
The other ones, the next ones aren't going to be as easy as COVID. Even though there was, I mean, as pandemics go, other than lack of cooperation from certain groups of people,
yeah.
you know,
The
vaccine
death
was
rate.
fairly. The mechanism. What am I trying to say? The stuff was in place to control, to contain it.
We
It
just
wasn't used,
unfortunately
but it was
had
there.
Trump in office when that happened.
And what was there was effective. Yeah, we had stupid people telling people to do the wrong thing.
Yeah.
So maybe not stupid. I need to stop using stupid mean something else.
All right. Oh man, I just realized it's almost 7. I'm gonna finish this stitch. I think they're outside in the hot tub.
In the hot tub.
Which I like going in the hot tub, except that the kids always splash, which is really annoying, and also getting out and having to be cold, and also having to shower to get the stuff out of my hair. I don't know. Like hot tubs are nice to hang out with friends and stuff like that, but I don't really have that much. It's the same thing with like a pool. Like I just don't really have the urge to go swimming all the time. It's nice once in a while.
Everywhere I've gone that's had a hot tub, it's like the people I was with, oh, let's go in the hot tub. And I'm like,
why?
This is really boring.
Well, that's the thing is it's only fun if you're like having a drink, talking to your friends, like, you know, basically like the same as you could do on a couch or whatever, just in a nice hot tub.
Yeah, but then you could be like watching something on TV or playing a game. I mean, you could be doing something.
But then you're not focusing on the conversation.
Well, whatever. I guess it would be like, I guess it could be like, you know, having snacks or something and drinks.
I don't know. I've had some pretty enjoyable, just like hanging out in the hot tub or whatever, but the big thing is the having to deal with the kids the whole time. Really makes it hard to enjoy because they're always splashing and just. So it's like
they're playing in the water. They're actually having fun and enjoying themselves.
But then they're getting the water all over everything else, and they're pushing it out of the tub. Yeah. That's the thing.
Yeah.
So, you know, if it ever stops raining, we have that tub that we could fill up with regular water for them to play in.
Rainwater.
No, because it's cold. That's the big thing, and I don't want them out there in the cold.
Sarcastic.
I know. All right, so I got the front done and the back done. Now I just have to do the sleeves and everything else. But I am going to stop for the day. I really enjoyed talking to you, even though it was a very depressing conversation.
Oh, it's not depressing.
How is it not depressing?
It's full of hope and joy. We'll survive. Somebody will survive.
Maybe not our kids. A lot of people are going to die. I mean, a lot of people die anyway, and a lot of animals will die. And I don't know.
I mean, when has that not been the case? You're just thinking about it now.
I know. And we'll be really uncomfortable. We'll be really uncomfortable.
How many people are going to be alive in 200 years to die?
And we'll be really uncomfortable until we die. Yeah?
Well, that's us. That's our political system. We can change that if we want to. All right. End your stream. Say goodbye.
Yeah.
Say goodbye, Cleo. Goodbye, Cleo.
Goodbye, Cleo. Bye.